live. Okay, I entitled this one, Come Out of Her, My People. Come out of her. Need to repeat that to yourself a lot. It's what you don't do can be even more important than what you actually do. That's right. Come out of her, my people. Be not partakers in her unfruitful works of darkness. There you go again. He's telling you to stop. Right? Be in the world, but not of the world. Oh, he's telling you not to do that, huh? There we go again. How many times can he tell you that don't do that? It's not always what you do. It's sometimes way more important what you don't do. Correct? Those that drink, partake of her ways, will drink of the cup of wrath. The indignation will be poured out on the nation. Yeah, anybody who partakes. So he's telling you, don't do it. Don't do it. All right. So I think the message is quite clear. Yeah, what you do is important, but what you don't participate can be even much more important. So, yeah. Enter through the narrow gate, the straight gate, the narrow way. Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves. Oh, can't do what you want, can you? Deny yourself. Oh, there again, he's telling you, don't do it. Don't do it. All right. So take up your cross. Oh, there we are. Be in the world, but not of it. So you can't do the things of the world. Oh, there you are again. Can't do what you want. It's not what you, it's what you don't do. See? I'm just shooting from the hip here, you know, but I'm sure we just think about it. Take heed. Uh-oh. Take heed that no man deceive you. Oh, he's telling you don't let that. Oh, don't do that. Right? Don't do that. Oh, there we are again. Thank you, Father. You know. So, yep. That's enter through the narrow or straight gate. Right? For wide is the path and broad is the way that leads to eternal destruction. And there are many who enter by that gate. So I don't want to, that's commandment. That's what you're supposed to do. Remember? Right? Thanks for coming in, Ross. Just continue to think it's, you know, all these people say what they do, you know, are worried about what they can't have to do, but they're not concerned about what they're not doing can be even more important. Be in the world, but be not of it. All right. Oh, can't be a part of the world. You can't be of it. You got to be in it. So see, I can't do what you want right there. Saying, don't do that. Right. Come out of her, my people. Oh, can't do that. Can't do that. Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves. Oh, can't do it. Can't do self. Can't do what you want. So it's important. You know, there's power in what you don't do. There's power in what you don't participate in. There's a massive amount of power in that. And that's what he's telling you. Even though some are commandments, yeah, they're commandments. You can't do what you want. You got to do what he commands you. 2 John 6, who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves, right? So 2 John 6 is walking in the following in the commandments of the Father, doing what he tells you to do, not what you want to do. See, you can't do what you want. More times it's more important to do what you don't want. It's easier to do what you want to do, right? And so a lot of the times people are very focused on what they are doing. This is what I did. That's what I did. Did. Oh, I did this. I did that. I did. When what you don't do can have way more power in at times. Be not partakers in their unfruitful works of darkness. There you go. Can't do what you want. Got to do what he tells you. So we could probably go on and on all day if you really think about it, and then apply it to this world, because it's a blueprint for how we're supposed to model our life. Mirror, hados, be in that same narrow way. Hover, right above, right over in this conform. That means be in the same hados, in the same narrow way, correct? So yeah, really need to, I don't think people think about that often, and that apply that to this world. Like, don't be a part of any of this system. Don't support it at all, or try to just start cutting it off. Like he tells you, be in the world, but be not of the world. Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. Thank you. Was just going over the heading for the live stream is we're not supposed to do things. What we don't do is has massive amount of power. Yeah, and it doesn't get us through. There we go. And the whole holy thing that oh, but I did great works and I cast out demons in your name. Depart from me, you worker of iniquity. Yeah, it's not our works that get us there. Hallelujah. Thanks for that. The most important reminder. It's it's the faith in the fact that we're not doing that. That's the overall gospel. If you think about it, he didn't participate in the things of this world, and that really upset him, upset these Pharisees, and they were snakes. They had perverted the word, and they were or forwarded it, remember, and twisted it and changed it. So that is the apostasy to God. That's and that why that snake crawls on its belly. So very important. Again, please remember, we need to apply that in our lives. It's what we don't do. Yeah, there you go. Don't buy the dollar, buy gold, right? And I know that that includes something that you are doing, but stop participating in this system. If everybody just went out and bought precious metals and said, no more government, no more central banks, no more Jerome Powell. We're a twisted sister. We're not going to take it. We're going to retake this back to God's money. Think about that. So don't participate in the system. There's alternative things that you could be doing that are much more productive and much more righteous and much more profitable, if you will, in your life, depending on where you put your treasure up at. But that's what I do. That's everything I do. You see that in my life. That's the only way I can make my way. Can't make it right now, but I'm trying. Hopefully be done with all that soon. I feel like there's so much massive changes coming with this financial stuff, economically. Some of us that are smart enough to pay attention to these things, some of these things are long hold, and there's cycles. If you can ride out these cycles, and they're going to do what they do, and so naturally this is going to come back to God's money. Naturally it's going to come back to God's money, and that's always been gold and silver. So massive. I keep telling you, I told you already to watch this crypto run up, and here we go. Bam, like overnight. Look at it, guys. Boom, it's on everything. And what it lost today, 4 or 5, I took a look at it, and I normally don't even look at that, but then it was down like $4,000 or something. But see, that's such a that's just part of the cycle. It's part of the cycle. You know what I'm saying? It's just part of the cycle. Yeah, it is. You become your own central bank. I found a really nice royalty company that exposes gold and copper. Yeah, try to pick up. Yeah, try to do that. I'm not invested in that, guys. Because I told you I took a stimulus check and invested in a mining company. But um, find these companies that will give you payouts. You know what I'm saying? That will give you payouts for having. I forget what the term is on that. They give you, you get a derivative, a payout of that company. They pay you. Yeah, that's right. It doesn't have any value. Dividends. Yeah, you get paid dividends. There we go. Yeah, I said it. But that's a good way. I mean, if you have money to invest, I'm sure you watch. Oh gosh, what's his name? He's been in the Rick Rural. You guys watch Rick Rural, right? You guys watch Rick Rural. I know you guys. I know you, DSW. You watch Rick Rural. I'm sure. Who else we got in here? I apologize. It's been a little bit of a morning here, but there we go. Okay, so you know what I'm saying. Then you know what's going on. I don't need to tell you anything. You understand the way this is. I know, but that doesn't. But me too. But it doesn't mean that we can't pick up all these, masterminds. Gregory Mannarino. Come on, the legendary Golden Jackass. Who's more fun to watch than the Golden Jackass, right? What's his name again? God, he's incredible to watch. Some of the stuff he gets ahead of. Jim Willie. Oh gosh, he's just wow, amazing. Some of his and they're so ahead of this stuff. Some of these people that I've been watching, like you guys, probably for forever. They've been in the Bill Holter, Mike Maloney. Mike Maloney, come on, Mike Maloney. That dude is the legend. Gold and silver. What is it? His whatever. But he's it's fabulous. I'm a big Liberty and Finance. Remember that used to be Reluctant Preppers before they were even Liberty and Finance. Now you got Eliza Johnson, his Duncan Kaiser, and his all the other. Amazing, huh? I love his stuff. Mike Maloney's stuff is just, it's legendary, guys. Some of these people, all the GATA, remember, again, Bill Holter, I mentioned that yesterday. Bill Holter, some of these people have been watching for so long, and look at how far we've come, I'll never buy Bitcoin, even if it's millions of dollars. I'll never make money in Bitcoin, but that's cool. If you can, I'm not telling anybody that you can't. I never push for that. I believe, and I'm not giving any financial advice to protect my own butt during this stream. I'm not an economic advisor. I might remind you of that as we're chit-chatting here, just so I can protect my own tail. But yeah, there's going to be a massive, I already told you, so you guys hopefully already see it. Watching David Devine on Adapt 2030 talk about all this run-up in Bitcoin, all these people that are ahead of this cycle. I watch Arcadia Economics. You talk about a guy that's legendary, Arcadia again. So they aren't cheap. I think look for Bitcoin mining companies. Yeah, ETF companies, guys. ETF. All this is going to run up. All this stuff is going to run up. I already told you that. ETF, and you guys obviously know what to look for. If you know how to, it's when he's going to, yeah, that's right. Whether we like it or not, Federal Reserve doesn't even print money. That's right. It's going to go this way anyways. It's going to go this way whether you like it or not. And then there'll still be gold and silver, right? And copper. And, I'm not much into the palladium or platinum, but hey, Sipes, thanks for coming in. We're just having a little economic talk here about some of these people. What amazes me too, guys, brothers and sisters in here, that some of these guys that are doing these YouTube channels and stuff, some of these people are millionaires. They don't need to do channels. I really don't think a lot of these guys that I watch are making money off their YouTube channels and stuff. That's not where they're already been millionaires and they don't. Some of these, that's what I'm saying. Some of these names that I've given you, I really feel like these people are, they're not billionaires, you know, I told you, because somebody has millions of dollars in this day and age. Average house home in Bend is $800,000. That's not a lot of money. Especially, you know, I think some of you guys can understand too. Something just came to my head on this. You know, everybody thinks that the price of gold is going up. No, the price of gold is not going up at all. The price of gold is going to stay the same. Remember, we've talked about this with the silver or with the gold round. Engagement, I feel like a new person. Outstanding. Wow, beautiful, Sipes. Yeah, thanks for coming in and hanging out with the family here at High Desert Grace and Truth. And you know, the body here, there's people here who support people who love the truth and love Christ, and you know, are not afraid to go out. Remember, if you deny me in front of your family and your friends and in public, I'll deny you in front of the Father. So yeah, there's that. But you got to remember, Ross, they turned it into a derivative, and now it's an ETF, right? So yeah, that's right. That's right. All ships rise in a tide. That's right, Ross. All ships rise in a tide. So see, that's what I'm saying. You guys get it. It's so beautiful to talk to people who actually know this. And I'm not, well, I don't have any money, but doesn't mean I don't pay attention to these things. Economics to me is incredible. You know, the world has never seen digital currency, right? Before. Notice I didn't say digital money, digital currency, right? Zeros and ones, like I believe Ross and or digital DSW keep saying. This isn't money, but it doesn't mean that at one point you can't cash this out like most people. And maybe I could have. I just didn't do it. My focus has been building on a homestead and a farm and having a little bit of gold and silver. I wish I could have gold, but I can unfortunately have gotten some silver, and you know, a little bit, and hope that it comes enough just to pay my land off, because I don't need anything. I hope to not need dollars. I don't want wealth. I have the land. So I just want to pay my land off that I have, and then people is all I want. You guys have seen what I've been itching for and what I need, but I love this space. I love this space. Thanks for coming in again, John. Good to see you. Appreciate you guys frequenting this chat. We're having a little bit of an economic talk here. And you know, and it doesn't mean that we love money and it's what we're chasing it, but it doesn't mean that God doesn't want us to put up some extra oil. And if you can have something where, I don't think that you're still going to struggle in this world, guys, at the rate of inflation and what they just printed over these last 3 administrations through the Fed is, we're just seeing, like, I really wish people understand. I'm in a room now where people understand we're only just seeing the inflation from the 44th administration, you know, the 08, you know, we have not even begun to see what is going to happen from what Mr. 45 did, and now Mr. 46. That's what I'm saying. It's so hard to make people understand that gold and silver, I don't care. When these prices reach unbelievable prices, guys, that doesn't mean the price of gold has gone up. That's just the inflation, the expansion of this currency over these last 3 administrations that we're seeing. I know you guys get that. And that's so hard to explain that to people. So we might see some phenomenal numbers dollar-wise on these precious metals eventually, because it's going to do what it's going to do. It's going to, every day. Yep. And listen to the Bible. Oh yeah, there you go. You know me, Ross. I've devoted my life to this. I don't buy. I don't try to even obtain and, you know, sell the things I have to try to buy more silver, you know, or even try to buy gold. It's not. I have a small amount, enough where I think I can pay my land off with it. And I told you guys here, if God for, you know, whatever, it's there if I need it. I hope I do not have to sell these silver that I have and go into Bend before I don't have to pay these land with it. But if I have to pay the land payments with it, well, then I guess I just remember that's what it was there for to begin with, you know? So I'll just have to suck it up and figure out. And I don't know, it's snowing like crazy out here, guys. I got a lot. I'm going to take you outside and show you outside. We got a chunk of snow out here. It's, you know, nice on the other side of the U.S., but we're getting kind of the Cascades are getting crushed, guys, with oh my gosh, man. They're going to have flooding again, guys. This weather it's snapping, guys. You know, it's doing exactly what I said to get ready for. So, but either way, you know, if I have to take and go into town and figure out how to get a ride into town, you know, I guess that's not going to be a problem if what the silver is there to do is to pay off the land. But probably those coins that I trade in would have probably, you know, had the ability to do a lot more. And I guess, I don't know, it doesn't matter because I really don't need to obtain any more land. I have enough. 65 acres is more than ever. I just remember I would like to buy a chunk, a little acre somewhere in the woods, you know, and get up off this desert, you know, wood right on the edge of the wood line and find something up in the woods. So maybe that's what I could do with the silver, you know, that I have. But that's a lot of silver at probably what, 20. I'll probably get face, you know, or spot for silver if I took it into the local coin shop. And yeah, that's a lot of silver. That's most of my silver, but whatever. It is what it is. If it paid land payments, I guess I'm gonna have to get over it, right? You know, but that's what's nice about having it too, guys. That's the lesson here, I guess, is that again, I think some of this silver, that because I've been in the market for so long, and it's been years since I've been able to purchase a piece of silver. Not that I couldn't, remember, I just don't. I focused my time on space on trying to build this land and, you know, and spend my money on rebar and concrete and shelter, and I don't chase after being, you know, my life. I have thought I have enough silver to be a life-changing event for me, where I could probably put gravel on my driveways and maybe around some of my buildings out here, the cabins, and pay off the land, you know, and maybe get myself a truck. And I don't need any more than that out of my precious metals, but I know that's a life changer for me. And I believe that people can get that kind of, you know, with what's coming out of these precious metals. So I don't think that God's going to say, oh, you're rich, you know, it'd be easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than the rich man through the gates of heaven. So, they say when the dollar crashes, only 300 grams. Well, that's nothing, Ross. That's, I told you, $3,000 an ounce silver is, do the math between how much money they've printed since Mr. 44 took office. I'm in Silver Lake, right next to Christmas Valley. Yeah, the dollar to, but see, that's what I'm trying to say. People aren't going to understand. I believe, look, hear what I'm saying. If Bitcoin, if one coin, because remember it was up to what, 67 or something like that. If that Bitcoin can be worth $69,000 and it is 0.1, something it's a coin too, see, but it's not a bit. You know, you can cut it up in pieces and call it fractional silver if you want, you know, and weigh it or whatever. But this is real metal. So if that 0 and a 1 on a computer can be worth 69,000, which Bitcoin will probably hit 100,000, 250,000 before the end of this year, with the way that it's set right now, the lead up, the halving, and what it's doing. So I'm a cycle guy like some of you guys, so I pay attention to this. So I don't know where everybody in the room went, but anyways, look, that's what I'm just, anybody who watches this is money. If a 0 and a 1 on a computer can be worth $69,000, then you can't tell me that this real tangible hard asset can't be worth at least the same. I don't even want to hear this prices that people talk about. And it's all about, that's not what precious metals are. Precious metals retain their value no matter what. That's what gold does. It always has. Silver's a little wonky because it it thrashes around a little bit more, but it normally has higher highs and lower lows. I've studied this since the beginning of time. You know, again, Tango, be quiet. It's snowing out there. Lay down. I don't want to let you out there. You're going to get all full of snow. It's snowing. You just have to chill out today. So, well, you guys want to take a peek outside? See what our weather is like out here? Let's go take a peek outside here real quick. Show you what we're looking like today. Yes, me too, Ross. See, that's where I would donate the rest of mine. I would probably build the ministry out here. I wouldn't, just build up what's here. I'm not trying to do anymore, and I would. So here's what we're looking like out here at High Desert Grace and Truth today. We got, let me shut this door. So I've been coming out here and trying to keep this walkway. Look at these guys going to go and sticking his face in the snow, getting snow in the face. Go play in the snow. Go play in the snow. Look at him. Look at this crazy dog. Rolling himself around, digging in the snow. What a life, man. Give him a chance, Toggy. He wants to dig in the snow for a second. Toggy, Tango, give him a chance. Tango, give him a chance. He's trying to play in the snow. Go, Pants. Go, Pants. Play in the snow. Oh, what good stuff there. Look at that. That dog has got... Tell me why people don't... Father, send me somebody to enjoy this beautiful place out here with, please. Bring your puppies. This is a puppy paradise. He's eating the snow. Don't eat that. That's radioactive. Well, they got doggy filters, so... So anyways, all right, here we go. I'm not gonna stay out here too long because but we'll give you a little shot out here. We're getting, we got probably 6 inches of snow, I think, out here right now about. Can't see that table rock behind me. All the brush is covered with all my firewood's over there, unfortunately. Now it's all covered with snow, but whatever. I don't know how I'm going to get the wheelbarrow over there. I'll still figure it out. But yeah, I've been trying to keep this. I've lived in Alaska, so you got to go out and you got to keep every time it snows every day, you can't miss a day in Alaska. So this is the entrance to the front of the cabin here. Security door, screen door. Yeah, there we are. Lots of snow out there. Oh, Pods, you're such a good boy. Did you have fun playing in the snow? That's a good little a snow bath. He needs to take a good bath. That's heck yeah. How about that for a snow bath? You guys want to stay outside for a little bit longer? Your whole dog chain's covered in snow pants. Oh, him was loves the boys. You guys are good boys. You guys stay outside for a minute. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. It's all up to God. It's all up to the Father. So maybe someday. Maybe not. Obviously, I try, but it's not about what I want. He does what he wants in my life. So is it going to plug in? Oh, hey, we plugged back in. So anyways, all right, guys. No worries. Don't please. It's all on the Father. I said I really wish I could stop talking about it, but you can't help me I can't help myself for wanting to try to have more people around, guys. Things are breaking down, and I know eventually if this goes down, it's going to be such a struggle for me here by myself because I don't want to protect stuff. I don't. I probably just get my go bag and leave at that point in time. And because again, I'm a pacifist. I don't want to fight anybody. I think success, again, remember I told you at the beginning of this that this is all about what you don't do. And I think success is that you don't be down there fighting people for toilet paper for your bunghole. You already have some put away, and you don't participate in what is about to come. That is going to be how you're going to be more successful, because people are going to get caught up. The second horse of the apocalypse is the red horse. And if you remember in that fourth wave of birthing pains, it's where men, they start slaughtering each other, guys. And that's part of the pestilence and the famine and everything I see, the weather, it's hard. This is not an easy world that we're living in. It's not going to get any better. We're not going back to easy times. It's going to continue in waves to get tougher and tougher and tougher. So I can't sit here and, uh, I know, but by myself, I'm just a Rambo, okay, or whatever. I'm not Rambo because I ain't that young anymore. I mean, yeah, I might have a six pack at 50 years old, but I don't have that head to tell my body to shut up anymore. That used to, I could go all day and it dragged my body through hell and wouldn't even pay it no mind because, I was young enough to heal, but, already with having problems. But I'm 50 and I might still be way more in shape than most 20-year-olds, but it's that mind thing. I know sometimes now I have to stop to be able to do what I do. I still can work harder than most and do work harder than most, but you know, I just don't want to do it by myself. So, yeah, I'm 50 years old. So, like I said, I feel about 10 million years old, to be honest with you, in this flesh. I don't know why. Uh, as I said, I could have gone 10 years ago and wouldn't have got cheated. I feel like I got way more than I ever deserved in this lifetime, So, uh, yeah, well, I'm trying. I shaved the beard off and I can shave some time, but it's been a while since I've only done that a couple times in my life. And yeah, no more hiding the gray beard anymore. It's all gray. There's no more color and darn white. No more pepper. So maybe the mustache, but anyways, um, I just, again, I'm really focused. I focus a lot on knowing that what is to come is going to be hard, and I need people. I need a community. I want that because I know it'll be less struggle and it'll be better healthy for me. But it's just not. God has not provided that for me. It's not for my lack of effort. So when He's ready, if and when, it will be something for me, or if not, it just won't. So I just can't. I can't break my heart and tell myself that anybody will come out here until you know yeah, the hard part is, yeah, is that I have the ability to help people. I might not be able to help people financially because of what God does to me with people robbing me, but one day I will. If things change, I'll be able the ability to take care of 15, 20 people, for a couple of years, could live out here. We can shut the gates and move all the big tires, tractor tires that I have around the property, so we can seal up all the roadways, and where they have to push this stuff out of the way with a couple people filling tractor tires, guys. That's something that's going to be pretty tough to move. Send some T-posts down through those things and stuff, stock this place up, and don't participate in nothing. Just step away from it. That's all I want to do. I don't want to do none of this world anymore. I wish God would just take me from this world, but He won't let me go. I have to continue to spread the good news, and tell the coming of the King and tell everybody what I see, because I don't want to be here. I don't, but I have to continue to have hope that someday He will. I wish I wasn't in the military. I wish I didn't know the instincts. I wish I could be just a football, honey, give me a beer here, sit around and not give a darn thing. But I'm not that person. I never, I never was that person. I've always been curious about all things. I have to have the answers to everything, people. You don't need to figure everything out, Tracy. So I've always been this way, and I can't stop who I am in this world. And, so, but anyways, it's ridiculous. You don't need any money. All this talk about money. Yeah, you need money, but no, you need charge controllers. You need to become your own power grid, your own power company. Cut your power bill out, grow a garden, cut your food out, cut your meat bill out by getting goats, and all the things that I try to do. That's the future. That's success. All your zeros and ones could be turned away. All your possessions could be taken away from you in a moment's notice. You need a community of people with a good skill set that even if you had to go as a group of people, not almost like a tribe, but that could go out and gather and hunt. There's the future. All this stuff could be taken from you in a moment's notice. All your gold, silver, everything. I just had it happen to me. 6 years ago, my own blood came and took everything I'd ever worked for nearly 20 years. Two decades were gone in a moment's notice. Everything I ever worked for, gone. Bam, in the twinkling of an eye, and every time I turn around in life, I get up, bam, He rips me right back down. Remember, it was just this month, I was just going to barely get by, and I had the money from 3 months ago, but bam, no, I dropped my wallet and somebody else gets to take all my money this month. And so, it's going to take time to get these things back. And, I don't have the money to front all the things that it takes in the meantime. So that's what he does to me, but doesn't matter. I just keep getting back up and trying. And so, that's what I do. I don't know what else to do. I don't have any other choice. I can't just lay down. I'd have been down a long time ago. So I know I'm not the only one that struggles, but my struggle again is that I can get everything ready and get my castle built or whatever, and he'll just crush it and take it down. So try to remember, you're more valuable. Again, I told you, it's what you don't do, so to speak. If you don't participate in the world and you know how to hunt and gather, and then when the world, if it does get that bad, you're going to be able to step away from society and live somewhat of a normal life instead of being fighting everybody just to have a meal. And so these things are coming. I'm done dicing with people. It's written in scripture, the sword, the famine, the pestilence, the beast, just like he did before, in history. He's going to send these famine and pestilence. We've already seen, mirrors of this with the sword is when your enemy surrounds you. Hello, the crown, the king bug, the whole wide world. When your enemy surrounds you, just like at the time of, when he had Nebuchadnezzar's army surround the nation of Israel, this is a mirror, guys. He figured it out. The supply chain shortages, the bugs, the pestilence, it's all here, The only thing that hadn't happened yet is dragging you off in Executive Order 11004. YouTube allows, vomit. 44th administration passes 923 executive orders allowing the federal 11-9 management beep 1-2 agency to put you into work camps and relocate whole communities and place you into those work camps and make you do work under that order 11004. No, that'll never happen. May I remind you that the Waltons during World War II in turn, that Mr. Smiley Face, the tram law, anyways, who the Waltons are. Yeah, American citizens were interned in this country, put into work camps. Don't think it won't happen again. So I'm tired of people it's insane. Look around and people don't even know their own history. That's why he said, my people will perish for lack of knowledge. So it's going to come quicker. I know that. That's why he keeps edifying me in this word that it's going to take most people like a thief in the night. And I ain't trying to change anybody. I just have to keep blowing the horn and sounding the message, again, maybe one day he'll bless me and it'll all work out for me. But, I struggle just like you guys with, not that I don't have, land and things, but that, I can't share what I have. And then whenever I get up, sometimes, he just kicks me back down, but I'll get back up again, just like I am right now, no matter what. And I told you, I've got some silver that I put away, there's the only 5 ounce, silver that I own, but, that's half of one of my land payments. And I would hate to give that up because someday this could pay off the whole land. I could probably call up my guy who owns my land company. He might not be smart enough to have silver, but probably, because if he owns a land company and this is an owner land, he's probably got some of this, but this could have paid off this land. And I'd hate to take it because I'm going to have to take more than this, but that's what it's there for. It is liquid, it's liquid. So, the Father will provide. And like I told you earlier, even if I had to, find a way to go into to my local coin shop there and get the spot price for it. I pay the land payments. That's what it was there for. So hallelujah, it ain't the end of the world, right? So, but anyways, I thought I could maybe get all the gravel that I need for this property too, with something like that down the road as well. A good fair amount to get all that, because I need a lot of gravel out here. That would change my life so much, guys. I don't know what people need in their life, but I need gravel so bad. Gravel would change my life so much. You don't even understand how much gravel could change my life. Just some rocks, man. I don't know what people want. but I've even pleaded for people. I wrote it on my board before. Help me out with some gravel. So I've fought this driveway next to this water pivot, splashing me and rinsing me and flooding me out. And it's still right. There's a pond out there that you can't even still get to that's been out there for months. So whatever. This could have paid for my gravel, but it's there, guys. Whatever. Life ain't Burger King. You can't always have it your way. So I need to stop being a sissy la. I'm just wore down, guys. It's hard to be so isolated and be so blessed, you know. I'm trying to remind myself that every day that I'm super blessed out here. You know, look at those puppies running around and all that. What, you know, I should stop worrying about what I don't have and be more appreciative of what I do have. So, and it's not that I don't, guys. I just want to share what I have. So it's not up to me, you know, so all will work out. You know, again, I got that generator up for sale. Hopefully, I don't know what happened with this morning I don't even want to talk about it. That's, oh my gosh. Oh, trials and trials. I can't, struggling with Facebook, trying to get the marketplace, my whole thing, signed out by itself. They must be doing some new update or something like that, because it signed me out, and then I've always struggled every single time with my password. I don't know what it is. I never changed my password. I always have about 4 that I use and have always used, and I do little variations. So I really don't, there's no way it can be anything. But anyways, I was hoping that that generator would sell, even though I don't want to sell it. It's just it's the only thing I might be able to get. I don't know. I can't sell anything right now. I haven't sold it since the water overlay video, guys. And now I'm looking at my analytics, and I don't care about that. But it proves to me again that I'm right about this overlay map. This channel is hitting ever since I put that overlay in my analytics, and I don't particularly care in that sense, but it just keeps proving to me that somehow they've electronically, you know, been able to shut down my IP address. And obviously they can tap into anything. This is the digital age. So see, that's why you get silver, a tangible asset that's liquid, brothers and sisters, and you can take it to your local coin shop and they'll give you the best price for it, more than your pawn shop. So there's a lesson to learn. He will provide. See, he made me smart enough, said, hey, put away some of my money, and no matter what happens, you know, you'll be able to get your, so I'll shut up about it. Yeah. So anyways, I'll just make a thing, you know, guys, I had the finances I needed, and I dropped my wallet and somebody picked it up, and the cops caught the people, and they're charging them. I had the police report right here, you know, credit card theft and all that, but took away the money that I had. So blessings. This live stream is brought to you by DSW. Help pay to get me back from my son's house to, I have a all-wheel drive vehicle out here now. So what a blessing, my son. If I need to leave, I could probably push my way out of here with the 6 inches of snow in that all-wheel drive Subaru that my son demanded. That ended up costing me money, but I got back home with the donation again from DSW in here, dispersing weight, and then was able to pay my phone bill this month. And so we're live right now because of that blessing to this. And he told me again, I believe I'm not mistaken, that was from God. You know, it was a gift that was from, you know, it was a blessing from the Most High, and I appreciate the support. So, yeah, there we go. But anyways, let's get back to, I'll stop talking about my finances. We go talk back to, get back into the conversation here about, you know, that all these things will change. And if things go the way that I think they'll go, it won't matter, you know, just a couple ounces of silver might, because it might become, you guys have heard the term, it might come unaffordable, you know, where you can't afford it anymore, because the price in gold and silver aren't going up, guys. The price in gold and silver always stay the same. It's their purchasing power that they've lost. That's what's about to come back up. The ratio between the two metals, pay attention to the ratio. Price is just a tool of manipulation. Andy Sheckman, I'm sure you watch Andy Sheckman, and I believe that's who he says that quite a bit. He's probably not the first person to have said that, but if you understand that the price of metal is not going up, the purchasing power is just coming back because they've inflated the currency so much. So the price of metal is going to stay the same. It's what it'll buy you. That's what's changing. So don't be surprised if this goes up to, I just said it made $69,000 for a bit, a 0 and a 1. Why can't that be worth $69,000? I don't understand the people's mindset in this day and age. This was valued 1-to-1 in the 12th century at the time of Christ. They value gold and silver the same. The ratio, guys, is what I've always paid attention to. So I don't really even care about price. Again, I thought I had enough to do the things that I did to exchange, because I never wanted to change them back for dollars. You never would buy this for a piece of paper currency and get a tangible, real piece of money and trade it back for currency. That's ludicrous. And by the time, again, that if I ever did, this price, I believe, where a lot of this metal, like I said, it's going to be unaffordium and then unobtainium. When a certain enough people have this, and they make it more profitable for these mining companies, all these costs and stuff will eventually shoot right back up to the real market value. The free market value of this metal will show itself, and it won't be about so much about the price as you're going to get your purchasing power back. And so it might cost you $10,000 for a microwave burrito. Oh, don't think that we ain't had hyperinflation when all these trillions and trillions of dollars that we've cranked through the inflation creation all over the world and demanded everybody for 50 years they pay with the dollar. When those all come home to roost, don't be surprised. Remember, it was $500. I might have overdid a little bit, but it was $500 for a boulevard, 500 boulevard for a cheeseburger. Remember? In Venezuela. So things can hyperinflate very quickly. It's happened in this country. They push wheelbarrows of money around to, heat their houses and stuff. They make, purses and different type of things out of these people's currencies after they hyperinflate. Zimbabwe. Oh, look, there's been 4,000 of them, 4,000 of these paper currencies since the 12th century. And every one of it is hyperinflated and went back to their inherent value of paper. Zero. Just what they're not even what they're written on. Like I said, people make out purses and stuff with it. It's little whatever, paper mache, things that they make out of it because it doesn't have any value. And this always, and it's never gone to zero. Ever. Not in the last 7,000 years. Not one time has this gone to zero. So don't be surprised, because I don't think people have enough just knowledge of the whole, since the first actual money in the Bible, they sold Christ for 30 pieces of this. Remember, silver dinar. And so this is money. This is real. That's why if I have to, I will sell this to the coin shop to pay for this land. Will be a bummer, because that would probably pay for more than enough gravel and the things that, I could, like, I think Brother Ross said if he ever made a bunch, he'd make sure that, and I do the same thing. I try to make Brother Jim's, dream of having a complex, either multiple duplexes out there or triplexes or fourplex or an apartment complex or whatever, and have a place to study that he owns. That's his place to study, not a church, but a classroom. It won't be a church. I don't think Brother Jim's looking for anything to look like a church. That's why when I try to build what I build out here, I want it to look like a tent and a library, not a church. I don't want it to look like a church. Remember, I want to do all rustic, all old, nothing new, all that. I already have a major portion. So maybe I might as well be able to put, if God willing, if this one of this, I have a lot of things, like I said, up for sale. It's not like I don't. I have 30 some things plus up for sale. I just need the Most High to lift this restrainer on this devil who has this electronic restrainer over me, so I could sell something, get something sold, and I'll make it to the next month. And I'm sure by then I have some of these spring items and stuff. Again, I think the weather in 1 month from now will hopefully be a little better, and I'll have all the things again that I all prepped and ready to go for that spring mentality that'll be in the air. I know how people are and how people buy things. I've been doing this for 20 years. I'm a horse trader. I buy and sell and fix things up, and couple of the things that I got into, they needed worked on. They're like, some of them are near new or whatever, and some things didn't run, and I pulled out of um, storage and worked on them and got it running again. So I can turn a profit. This is how I make my way. But for ever since the overlay of the water video, nothing. So but God will provide, and if not, He already has, by making me wise enough to take that down there. So that's a beautiful thing, guys. It's a liquid asset. It's always liquid, and I've talked about that on my channel, that if if you have to, you can take it and get it. It's tangible, it's dividable, and it's store of value, and it's liquid. And you can take it. If I had to take it to a pawn shop, I could, but I'm smarter than that. I know about my LCS. I teach about all this stuff. So if I have to let it go, if the Most High doesn't want me to have it, I'm going to have to let it go. Pay for the land, because that's what it was there to do. So it'll serve its purpose. And it might sting a little bit, but then, whatever, I might have to start reselling some of this other stuff in the spring or something, that I have to replace that or whatever. I told you it'll all work out, guys. Everything will work out for me, because I've taken the time to put away things of, I need the weather to break out here, is what I need to my life to stop this whatever. I can't stop him, people from robbing me, and that what happened to me last, just a couple weeks ago. That's on God. That's how I put it. That's on Him. So I'm not mad at even the person who took from me. I'm not mad at anybody in the world, and I'm really not. I'm not mad at myself. I know. Hopefully, I acted like a gentleman that day, and I didn't act like a ding dong. And I, thanks for coming in, John. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate your presence here. I hope you got some kind of either some, I don't know if you measure your assets in dollars and cents, or in pounds and acres, or ounces and acres. Hope you have some extra oil for that day, because things are going to get tough, and hope you got a safe place to not participate in this nonsense. Much agape and phileo. Thank you again, John. Appreciate you coming in, and always pleasure to have you in part of the ministry. I know that at Grace and Truth. So always good to have people here, and I know the Lord will provide. I know He's doing what He's doing in my life for a reason. Some things it's wise. You just don't. Yeah, there we go. It's a long hold. You'll be fine, obviously. See, if you don't look at the daily price of metal, like that, you just long hold it. Someday you won't even trade it back for money. Again, you'll trade it for a tractor or a horse, or a post hole digger, or maybe a log splitter or something. I don't know. That's what I planned on doing with my metals. It was someday was to trade them for assets. I never wanted to trade them for dollars anyways. I really don't like the idea of, I always feel like I'm getting away. And every time I go to all these coin shops, they kind of knew me, because I've lost all my metals before too. My own family took every precious metal I had ever had 20 years to put away. Even my son's precious metals they took from, and they got plenty of money. But either way, again, I know that I've always said, hey, thanks for letting me trade this paper for for some real money. And they always giggle and laugh at me. But we're supposed to have a relationship, guys, with our local coin shop. That if you've been in this market for a minute, because if God forbid you have to sell them, go trade them back for dollars. That's where you're going to get your most bang, for your buck. That if you've been in the game for a minute. And I try to always teach that to everybody. There's pawn shops, they got to turn a buck, so they're not going to give people near spot price, or some might give them at or near, so premiums are real low right now. Over spot price is super low. I think they're incredibly low, too low. It's almost scary how low they are. But again, that's about what you get, for them, unless the spot price gets up real high or something, guys. And knowing me, if I went down there and sold my precious metals the next day, they'd double or something, and I get but whatever. That's always works in my life. Everything's always like that, but it's all right. Like I said, as long as I can stay here and have this land, and eventually, like I said, I'm hoping to, if I can't form this community around me that I can survive, that I'll go run away to the woods and I do much better. I love being in the woods, even if I'm by myself. I just enjoy the woods a lot, and they're just right up the road from me. So, I could be 30 minutes away from this property and still come back and be half an hour away from it and be in the woods. And I don't know if I can find a property that close. It might have to be a little bit farther away, but there is. I'm sure I'm going to try to get that too, because I really want to work on that as much as possible and try to continue to pound that message out clearly that I don't want to participate in any of this. And I'm hoping that people that I can church with and fellowship will do the same, not want to participate in any of this. That's why I'm already away from society. And I live a considerable distance from a city, and I live out in a country town, a township, actually, where I can still survive. Like I told people, you don't want to move too far away, where you can't keep going. When the system is totally collapsed, yeah, then sure, it's better to be way away from people. But until that time, you want to keep one foot in the system and keep running down to that hardware store, go to the pet store, get some extra dog food put away, get some extra rabbit feed, get some extra chicken scratch, get the extra supplies while you can before the whole system completely collapses. Keep one foot in the system, one foot out of the system. So that's pretty much how I live right now. I could go completely off the system, but I still keep. Hey, thanks for coming in there, LM. Appreciate it. Good to see you again. So that's how I live. I have one foot in the system and I have one foot out of the system. If the power goes out in my house, whatever, it doesn't, no, the power's not going to go out on my property because they turn off my stupid meter. I'm not hooked up to the stupid meter. I could get hooked up to the stupid meter. I have poles on every property that I own. You know what I'm saying? I don't own all my properties. I only own one of them, but every property I'm invested in at this point has power at one side of the property, way out here in this township, So I'm hoping, again, the only people I have to deal with out here at this point in time, because it would take people, not that I'm that far away, but I believe they're going to lock the cities down, guys. When things progress, they're not going to let people out of the cities. So I'm not nearly as worried where they say all these people are going to be rushing out of the cities. You got it wrong. You have not studied how this is going to work. They are going to take a top-down control. I really wish people, whatever. I'm just, I need to stop with that. Sometimes I really wish, and I don't wish I could just turn you guys off, but I wish I could just really free thought. And not that I don't want to participate you, but just really let you know what's on my mind, But I have to be careful because it is YouTube. We do live in this Stasi type of, Stalin type of world that we live in. So we have to be careful we can't just let everything slip from our dialectus, our glossa we have to be careful of our vernacular, our vocabulary, that comes off the tip of our tongue, careful what you speak into this third plane dimension, rock from the sun, universe, whatever you want to. Once again, you can't corkscrew or spin me, but either way, guys, I feel like, when Christ says to be in the narrow way, that's not the broad way. And if you notice, it's kind of funny that they have a broad way in these big cities. A lot of them have a Broadway street, New York, Broadway, all the big city lights, grew up in that. Sure. Maybe nice to go visit for a day or two or something, but don't want no part of the dependency and the convenience and all the filthiness of capitalism in cities. Speaking freely, I'm not, if you live in a city, apologize. I'm not, I got to call the tea kettle black. I think living that close to people and not having your hands in the soil right now is in opposition to what God wants us to be doing. I don't think he wants us to be dependent on Burger King and the grocery store. I really don't. I don't think that's wholesome and righteous. I think that's almost gluttonous and convenience. And I don't believe that's what he wants us to be doing. I think he wants us to be more self-sufficient. We wouldn't even be eating this crap that's offered at the grocery store if all of us could just be self-sufficient on our own and have a community of people of about 4 or 5 or 6 people to want the same thing. Okay, I don't want this system. I don't want box food anymore. I don't ever want to eat one bite of it ever again. I want to eat vegetables that I've grown with my own hands and I grew my own soil. I know they're high nutrient dense vegetables because I grew them in high nutrient dense soil that I grew my soil myself. Get back to that lifestyle. So there's people out doing it, guys. and get that, find that wherever you can. If somebody's offering that, I would try to figure out how to do that before you got to be dependent on their system, their digital block central ball and digital chain, because that's where you're going to go. And you're going to eat food printed by the mile, or you're going to eat it printed, go George Jetson. They already have that. If they could print a 3D building, they could print you a Big Mac and just leave the nutrition out of it and sell you the nutrition later. If you can afford that, yeah, you're going to get a hollow shell of food. I already see what they're doing, guys. And that's where I see this going. Anyone who doesn't get ahead of this and can't start living a more organic lifestyle is going to be trapped in this poison system. Everything, living in a city's poison. The air you breathe is poisonous. The water you drink is fluoridated, poisonous. All the food at the grocery store is pretty much a bunch of food flavored poison, especially bombarded by poison with all the sugars. As I told you, everywhere you walk out of every hardware store, grocery store, parts store, you get bombarded with the sugar, the whole hot cross top buns, this whole tradition of all way too much sugar in our diet. We should not be eating a 16th of the sugar that we eat. We already should get enough sugars from the fruit, but we don't eat enough fruit like we should. We don't eat enough fresh vegetables, most of us, like we should. The proteins do help from animal fats. We don't necessarily even need it. I study the human body. We don't need to eat protein. You don't have to look like a shriveled up skin and bones just because you don't eat meat, but it does help us and you can benefit from it. Sure. There's certain things that you should look into if you're into nutrition in that, but I'll leave that alone, guys. But my point of what I'm saying is, that's why I have such an apostasy to these cities. What they teach children in these cities, you're going to tell me that you send your child to a public school that they're going to get a better education than you could give them at home? You would do the works of your father, the devil. You do. That is apostasy, what they're teaching these children in these schools these days. It's filth. It's disgusting. It's nothing that should ever, I think people, what they teach them is criminal. The questions they ask them about, Jack or Jill, whatever, is... So you guys, I'm just going to keep pushing this, and I don't want to, if you're not doing it, it's okay. I understand, but please, this is just me kicking and screaming, still trying to do the same thing, come on, God, provide for me. And if don't, then let me tell these people what it would take. If you don't let me survive, then I'm going to go down telling people how to survive and actually how to thrive. Heck with surviving. We've all done that for too long. It's time to thrive, guys. You want to thrive, find a community. Find a community of brothers and sisters that love the truth, that love God. Do not keep company with vipers. And I think that's too why God hasn't provided for me, because one day he will provide the body here for me, because I actually don't want anybody here. I might rent some property to somebody. I have more acreage, but I don't think I would put them on this land in particular. I have other property that up the road that I can do the same thing and sell people acres or something to try to pay bills with. But if I have people on this property, they're going to have to understand the truths, and believe that God predestines his elect. And we really can't get it in the way of what God does in our lives. That's the orge. He puts all these things and tells us that let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord, and I don't want people who want to fight. I don't want to fight for anything. I actually want to, I want people to don't want to fight. They'd say, okay, Tracy, I got you. Yeah, let's go try to find a place in the woods. Let's keep this 40 acres. Let's not sell none of it. Let's use this wisely. We can try to invite some more people out here. We might be able to get some more hands out here, and get some more abundance in here, bring some more people to this, yeah, well, people are, they do their works to the father of the devil. And you can judge somebody by their fruit, guys, not by their cover, not by their, judge them righteously. But anyways, again, I need people that are in the dose. I can't, like I said, I can put people up. I still want to help people. But if I'm going to bring them here, it's not like I can't help those people, guys. I had other property I'm speaking of is just 3 miles up the road from me. It's actually easier to get to than this property. And it's closer to town. The roads are excellent on that property. I need gravel to get this property in shape. And then this property is a paradise back here. As far as I'm concerned, it's far enough off the road. It's got excellent grade. It's just, it can provide for exactly like what Brother Ross said. Someday I'm hoping that I have enough precious metals, in the right place, that someday I'll be able to finish the library and put the tabernacle up out here and then donate this land. Once I pay it off, then I can donate it. Once I get it paid off, then I can donate it to the ministry and give it to Grace and Truth and be a sister chapter as part of Grace and Truth, and then have the library out here and have the tabernacle, the outdoor place of study, dirt floors, the whole thing. When I want to roll up, canvas sides with, screened in open air church. I want it to be in the open, open air church with, whoever's up there in the pulpit teaching, sharing with the whiteboard, obviously attached, that doesn't blow away in the wind out there. And if anything, then we can go inside the library and study inside there, where there'll be a whiteboard and then all the study materials, that'd be great. Because if things weren't totally broke down by then, this is what I'd be doing right now. Every extra penny that I have, I would be running into the Goodwills, and I go to every yard sale that I could find, and I'd be looking through every book, guys, trying to capture as much of the library that I could possibly capture to bury in this archive that's, going to be to save. My word shall never die. That is my mission now. I'm not trying to save my life again. I have that as a shelter. If people come out here, we can all duck in there with the books, but it's there to save the books, not our lives, in my eyes. So that's what's been so edifying for me. And I've kind of been able to let go, but I still know, as a person of survival, that one day, I'm going to probably need to, kind of keep it fresh in people's mind that I need a community of people. And so do you, to survive and then thrive. You need unity, community. You need multiples to be able to thrive. Survive is the basic tribe, the portion of social structure and order, meaning individualism. I go out today, I'm by myself, I eat what I hunt, what I put in my mouth is dependent on me. Nobody tells me I can lay here, sleep here, what nature does. And so I have that individual, what my people call freedom or liberty, to do as I please. Nobody's going to infringe on my rights if I have that individual. But if I'm going to move up to what is called community in the social pyramid, going up that triangular image, if you will, state being the top, if I'm a community, I have to give up some of my individualism. But now actually I can sleep solid at night, because I don't sleep very solid at night knowing a cougar or mountain lion or bear or some kind of animal could come and bother me, while I'm sleeping, if I'm not high enough in the air or not. I could actually find somebody to, what we call fire guard, to have my six, have my back, and I'm awake. Thanks for coming in, Walker. I hope you're not mourning. I'm not mourning, but top of the day to you, or first part of the day. Anyways, then somebody has got like LM said they might want to come out here. Now I got LM being able to stay awake at night so I can get some solid sleep, 6 hours, and not worry about, sleeping and some mountain lion or cougar getting my back, what I'm saying, eating me in my sleep. And then when she lies, or whenever during the day, whenever it is that it's her time to take rest, I'm not going to let nothing get her. And she's going to know that when she's sleeping, that, what I'm saying, that nothing's going to get her, because she had my back when that's called community, guys. So we give up some of our individual freedoms to form community, but we gain certain things in a tribe or a community. So, it's give and take. We don't want to give up that right to the state. I can tell you that, because once we give that community type of to state, we lose more of those rights and they take over. But I don't even want to get into that, because I don't want to participate in any of that. I want, other than this individual self that I have, I would enjoy to have a community, so that I know that, somebody else comes on and maybe Sipes comes out here or something, and now my fire guard and LM's fire guard is not the 6 hour. It's we only might have to do right. We can divide that up, do the math. Now I don't have to be up as long. Now we can rotate that schedule, and it just makes things easier. And yes, there's one more person that if you go wander out in the bushes to go do your business, you know what I'm saying, that they could potentially see you. So you're not quite as free or whatever. And I'm sure that's not, I'm just trying to give you an example. So now is not the devil's way. What is trying to give you trouble? Everything gives me trouble. But I push hard on principalities, power, spiritual wickedness, the rulers of the darkness of this world. So it would be considered kidnapping, unfortunately. I'm not sure what you're talking about there, Sipes, but anyways, that's what I'm talking about, guys, is community is where you're going to thrive. You can survive by yourself short term, and maybe you can make it longer than most if you've got some good survival skills. But if you want to thrive, you're going to have some kind of numbers, and you're going to have community. You're going to have a bunch of people that are willing to have a common thread, a common value, almost a similar hive mind type mentality, a cult, people might call it, but that's culture, and that's part of our lifestyle, tribe and tribalism, and community. And we know what we have instincts. I think we're smart enough as human beings to figure that out as we've wandered around since the time of Neanderthal and even before. Cool. I didn't think that was to be that we figure out that we need to pack up. We are a community type species. They want us to push us apart, guys. And if you look at all this technology and everything that they're putting out, it really is to separate us from each other and even from yourself in this reality. They don't encourage being a community of small group of people and getting off the system, not evolve, not even depending on any dollars. Do you ever think that in your life you could have to where you don't need any more dollars? Do you think that's even a possibility? There's 6 of you in here right now. What's your thoughts on that? Could your life ever be where you didn't need any more dollars anymore? That'd be like a thing. You left that system behind. You're like, oh, well, I don't do dollars anymore. We used to do that. And we might do a little, but we don't do dollars. We have a whole complete system, set up. It takes community. That's what it does, LM. It really, unless you're super wealthy or something, again, and, there's safety in numbers. So, you have to have, that's the way it's done, guys. That's how you get to where you don't need any money anymore. When everybody has a charger controller, and a wind turbine and a solar panel and a well dug. So they don't, you need one well, but I like the idea of having multiple wells or whatever. But everybody has their own water source. Everybody has their own cabin, structure, building, 45-foot shipping container, 45 high shipping container, all decked out, all modern, windows everywhere in it, out here in this high desert. Mine looks like the Old West. Yours looks like a brand new New York high-rise glass piece out of the high-rise sitting there in this, whatever you choose to do. But you got your space that's small enough to heat, small enough to cool. You got your place underneath, and there's food here plentiful because we grow it all year round in the underground gardens. All right, one of them's already dug out. I'm not going to continue to put it up till I get a couple people. If I did, bam, that thing be in. And we grow food out here year round, vegetables. Might not grow some of the things, but I think I can do this and grow not just cold crops with carrots and beets and potatoes and all these other, leeks and all these other type, there's other things that could be grown year round out here below the frost line. Cool. Yeah. People out there catching fish here locally, bringing that back, putting them in the freeze dryers, guys, abundance, pull your own. It's done with pleasure knowing how powerful you're part of the puzzle. Thriving and well, exactly. And because I've been a veteran, LM, I know to make even that smallest, as a private, to make them understand that I know you're the smallest you're the little key, and and there's all these bigger parts and all these fastening and moving and all this, going in, and you feel like you're just the smallest, that little key, but without that little key, the whole system comes apart, right? So we all have our place, and I'm glad that God, had chosen me to be a veteran in sense because of the leadership. I hate that I served as a veteran. I hate those, but this gave me the skills to understand the way, how to motivate, multiple people, to make them understand that we're all part of the whole. That's why that's a beautiful understanding about, the body of Christ, knowing that we are the body and he is the head and we are one of the whole. That's he grafts us into that so beautiful now, into the vine, right? And we become one of the root and, part of the whole. It's such a beautiful thing when we unite, community. It takes you and me to make community, right? I can't do a community by self. It takes, remember, community. So you and me to make community is something that, it takes. It's not just something that, so everybody's is essential. Again, I need an elderly person, older than me, that's going to remind me to rinse the tinfoil. and I do it better saying, and all those old ways to pull, and they don't need to lift a thing in our community, right? Because their wealth of knowledge and they just enjoy the fruits of their labor, sitting there rocking and being fed. And we just ask them, the elders, what, hey, how did we do this before there was all that, and they're going to come up and tell us things. Well, hey, this is all this certain thing when you're pickling, whoa, yeah, that's something we'd forgotten. That's kind of a lost way, or, whatever. But this is how you're going to survive. You know what I'm saying? This is how you're going to be able to live without dollars. When you have enough rabbits, you guys, 10 rabbits, 3 does, and 7 bucks produce as much meat as 1 whole cow, and can produce more than a cow in a year's time. 10 rabbits produce as much as a whole cow. If I had 3 people out here, I could have 30 rabbits out here. And I could produce enough rabbit meat organically, I could give it away to this community out here of the people who need. There are low people, there's low income people out here who need help, just like everywhere else, right there. Hey, I've got, LMs here, I don't know, a couple other people here with me or whatever. I got a garden growing. And now I can grow an extra tomato plant. It doesn't take a couple extra potato plants to grow it. Grip load extra potatoes, tomatoes. Some of these things I could grow a couple extra, and I got way more than I know what to do with. Now I got trade items, and I got items to give away to the community again. Non-genetically modified, grown right here in this valley, in soil grown in this valley, and boom, now I'm giving away. That's how I wanted to see this community be out here. That's why I wanted to turn it into the church, so that I could actually bring funding into this place where I could get donations. And I elicit funds, guys. I know how to do that. I've done marketing, so I wouldn't be afraid to say, hey, there are people who call me pastor. I didn't ask for a title or don't want one, but hi, my name's Pastor Tracy. I'm part of High Desert Grace and Truth. We're doing this out here in the high desert. We want to know if you contribute. We need some tractor work done. We found somebody who will donate gravel, but we need somebody to spread it. Would love to have your name associated with this. We'll mention you in future ventures and put you on the thanks board and and keep bringing in donations to the ministry. You know what I'm saying? Because that was my plan. If I could separate myself, sure, I can get people to maybe donate to me, but I don't want this. The land, I have another 20 acres up the road. I have another 5. I can easily move from here, you know. And I thought the only thing I'd ever asked for in the clauses, if I was going to give away all this to the church, is maybe that I could have one of these cabins that I had built out here, that could be my place to, if I wanted to stay on this property, that I'd always just have a cabin, you know, maybe that little fenced in area or whatever. I could have a dog or something so that I could go and be closer to the pulpit over here to teach. And I'd only be 3 miles down the road if I did it that way. You know what I'm saying? You know, so no, I don't need legal aid to do any of this, LM. I know how to do all this by myself. I just need to get this other 20 acres paid off, and this will be donated to Grace and Truth. And I will make this happen if I can before the storm or whatever. It's going to happen, or the books are going to go in the archive, and that's what's going to happen. You know, I already have a huge plan, but I don't need legal aid. I appreciate it. Okay. Okay, yeah, on that. Okay, if you're helping somebody else, but I mean, I would look into that, but if that was the case. But okay, cool. I like that you guys are talking to other people. I just looked now and I saw that. Maybe my bad, but that was my goal out here, is to give it to the ministry, and eventually, you guys, I know that I found out that this land behind me, because I know the planning commissioner out here, you know, who does all the planning, and she bought this huge, you know, it was like an 800 plus acre farm, you know what I'm saying, out here. And she only ended up getting half of it. You understand? Half of it. So all this other half, guys, is available. And that used to be a water, you know, it used to be a pivots out there. And so it's all flattened out. And when I was thinking about eventually, if I could get funding like that, to where this isn't mine now, I'm like, hey, I'm here with, you know, High Desert Grace and Truth. You know, I'm Pastor Tracy. I'm part of the ministry out here. You know, if you guys have seen us or whatever, we're looking to build some affordable housing for our seniors and our low income people in our church. And we're looking for, you know, because Ben's not that far away from here. I could go pull base supplies, guys. You know what I'm saying? Some of the bones of these community too. Because if I built community, you know, seniors, I probably would make them look like little log cabins or something like that. They wouldn't have to look like, you know, the old Wild West buildings. I'd probably turn them all into like cabin style, you know, front, so they'd all have that little cabin appearance to them. They'd be real quaint, and give them some different trim, and each person could have, you know, something a little different. Make them, you know, not all cookie cutter the same. Give them some different, and I could pick up community supplies for something like that and get donations to this ministry. So maybe it'll go that way. You know, maybe it will go that way. So there's so many open plans that I can do for, you know, a fraction probably the cost. What Brother Jim is up against his wall in Tennessee with such tremendous costs over there. You know, he'd probably pay a mere $1 million just for a building, just for a classroom. I plan on putting a massive tabernacle and the library, because I already have a 53-foot building. You know what I'm saying? I have a 53-foot tractor trailer that will be the library and the study if we have to go inside. There'll be a wood stove in there and all that stuff. Oh yeah, something happened to my Facebook this morning too, Sonia. I don't know what happened. I don't know. I don't even want. Yeah, it was difficult is the path. So, but I plan on doing the tabernacle, and see, I think I can get most of the building material for the tabernacle from this local mill up here, because they also are, they're like Mennonites, you know, I've churched with them many times, just sat out there and talked to them about Christ, and they have church at their house. They don't go to they don't go to a church out here. They actually have people at their house. They have multiple locations, successful farmers out here, and have a really good name. But I think I could get the sponsors for all the polls for the building itself. So then I would just need, you know, and the rafters and all that. I might be able to get this truss company up here that is down the road from me, because they build trusses for those pole barns. Could probably sponsorship from definitely get the sponsorship from they're called the Crables out here, and they're because they have that sawmill, and they have that massive sawmill that I get all my mill ends. That's where they come from. They donate all those sawmills, the ends, to the community, and I picked them up out there for years, and they're very nice people, because I was told when I got here not to touch anything. It just comes from a certain area. You know, they leave generators sitting out there and everything. I don't tell anybody, too many people, about it. You know what I'm saying? I try to keep that kind of a thing that's kind of limited to people I know that are trustworthy, because they're nice enough to let people on their property at any time of the day when they're not there. And boy, you could load up all their stuff and take off out of there and nobody'd ever know. It's just because the mill is out of town. So, and they have, you know, a home out there, and they have a beautiful, massive garden out on that property, guys. They always have such a beautiful garden. But again, they're Mennonites, they're spiritual people. They believe in, you know, they're more spiritual than probably all the people out here that are, you know, go to these, whatever, these farmer churches out here. But anyways, I could probably get a donation from them, you know what I'm saying, for the poles that I need to do the pole barns. So the cost that I would have in doing this would be probably very little, you know, compared to what, again, a lot of people would be up against, because I'm a extremely resourceful person when it comes to things like that. And I'm not afraid to use my tongue, you know, go out there and ask, you know, for those things to be donated to the ministry. And then I can make this property actually tax exempt, and the government can never tax it. And it would always just be here as part of the church, not a 501c3, but an actual tax exempt where the government can never tax this 40 acres of land. So it'd be another great way not to support this system, that's another way to, obviously right there, don't participate in the system. And look at that. This government can't even tax this place and put their, you know, boot down on this place if it's turned over to God. So how powerful is that, you know? So hopefully here soon in the future that, you know, we'll get through this. And I think some of these things may happen a little bit sooner than we think, guys, and maybe not, maybe a little later than we think, but hopefully these precious metal markets, the ratios will close up like they should. You know, when silver was in, you know, like when you can go get, you know, a silver quarter, like you know, this has 90% silver quarter from 1964, or a dime has 90% silver in it. And you know, again, this is something that I believe in the future that, you know, this means of exchange, you know, that's gone away. What's your take on the title lines for the up to there? Yesterday, I forgot the screenshot close up. Yes, it's on Predestined FOR-light on TikTok. FOR-light. And it's go look at the thing. You'll have to go back, because you'll see there's hardly any views on anything that I put out from that time. But you'll see there's a part 1 and a part 2 of the me auditing the police. And there is the overlay, which has all and you can screenshot the FOR. Yep, that was the original channel. Cool. Where are you going to eat? Sonia, eating out? Going to, you said Portland. Are you going to the Crab Shack? Are you going to Joe's Crab Shack? Or are you over there? Or are you over by that side of town? What else is over there on that side? Well, obviously, what are you up to? What are you gonna go have? There, Panther boy. You enjoying it inside, kitten boy? You got the big kitty inside still. Yeah, I was having an issue with that Yeah, I didn't want to do it either, Finn, but I did it for the ministry. You know what I'm saying? I did it because my son said, "Hey, Dad, you're putting a lot of work here on YouTube, and you'll grow. Your channel will grow a lot faster over there," and it did. Until I put up the overlay video, just like this channel did fine until I started sharing the overlay video on the live. And then yeah, take your time. Actually, I want to talk to you guys about something too that I want you to look at. So I'm going to want you to leave this, not this platform. So take your time. I'll be on here, Finn, and come back, please, because I want you to leave this channel and go watch a video that I have. We're going to I'm hoping I can get you guys to do that, because this one is a long one, but I want to turn you on to another content creator that you might already watch. But I want you to go watch a video for me. So yeah, I didn't want to do it, but my son, he's like, "Dad, you know, if you you'll do a lot better on. I see you've been working hard, and I see how hard you're putting it." You know, he was seeing the content that I was doing here on YouTube, and I really wasn't getting a lot of traction at that point. But I wasn't putting out, you know, a ton of content. I was continued to try and get this channel off the ground. But when he told me about TikTok, I went over there. It did I don't know. I was a tough dad. I was pretty hard on my son. I don't think I would have ever wanted to be my son, but I don't think I would have wanted to been me for my dad. I was a hard, and then, you know, my son, he was a pretty good kid. He really was. He was a good young man. He had a lot. His mom put him through a lot of crap, you know, and he'd been through a lot of crap. And so, but he's bounced off of all his adversity, and he's more cares about the word, and he's more into God than he is the world. I mean, he doesn't do much of the world. He plays some games and stuff with his buddies online and stuff, but he doesn't really participate in too much of the world. He's pretty much done with it. He's a lot older than his body, I can tell you that. And I don't know if it's all the crap that he's been through since he had to go through with me and see me, but he's a pretty, you know, he's 25 now, but he comes in here, he's Ewok. You'll see him show up. He moderated for me over there on the TikTok platform as Civic. You know, he does the car things. He's a crazy, insanely good mechanic when it comes to this sport compact and foreign. And poor guy worked on a mod that he was trying to do kind of something. Yeah, that's him, Ewok. You know, that's my son. Like I said, he's a good young man. He's as much crap as he's been through and his mom has put him through, and I put him through too, just having to be me, you know, and deal with the way that I am. Yeah, he's very separate from the world. You know, I feel, again, I know people don't, if they would come in and wouldn't understand, but I call him my brother, mother, son. You know, he loves these truths. He loves predestination. He loves the, you know, and he tries to share that with his girlfriend. You know, they're not married, but I believe in the Lord's eyes, they've, you know, marriage to me is if I lie with a woman, that's marriage. I ain't going to take no woman in no pagan church and do none of that. I got married once when I was 18 years old, but no, yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you lie with a woman, that's your wife. But anyways, I'm not getting into all that right now. We can talk about that in a different channel. The best trade you can learn right now is foraging. I'm telling you, it's foraging, and you don't necessarily even need to go out and do it right away, even though that's going to help you do it by getting boots on the ground. But I'm telling you, if you need a trade right now, a trade that you can, I don't know what trade you just try to get by with or something, but a trade that would be more valuable than any trade I can tell you, honestly, is learn the food that's in your area. Learn the food that's in your area. I'm talking about, like, you know, different barks and different grasses and flowers that are edible and all the different plants you can use for medicinal thing. That would be the most valuable thing that you can do right there. And yep. all of it. Use all this stuff, and when you can move around and be resourceful like that, then you'll be more valuable than anybody around you. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, you might even know the right flowers to make your lady smell good because you know the right scents, and there you go. But that is a trade that's super valuable. First aid is extremely important. Just basic first aid skills are really important, honestly. Um, CPR, to be able to perform CPR is a pretty basic skills that you can learn right now. You don't need to spend any money. These are things that you won't have to spend a dime on, and they'll make you so valuable later. Get your basic first aids down. Learn how to know how to, tie a suture, how to suture a wound, and just basic, how to judge if somebody's in shock, or, again, first aid skills, learning how to, go through all the different steps to perform first aid properly and on somebody, and basic first aid skills will be so valuable too. You know what I'm saying? They'll be so valuable. They'll be so stinking valuable, man. Especially when somebody's in panic, and a bit more, and you know how to, yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. You know more that view. Yeah, people are more valuable than they know. So work on the things that don't cost you money right now, and then when you can, put your finances towards something, definitely. But I try to remind people that, because everything can be taken from you. Remember, guys, somebody can walk over and take everything you have. That's why you're supposed to have a cash, right? You got a cash, and when they come, you don't end up losing your life trying to defend your stuff. Get it? Hypothetically, LM comes out here and is with me, and you're out here with the Sipes, right? You're out here with us, and we're out here doing our thing, and all of a sudden, things break down, and we got that place in the woods. Remember, we got a cache in the woods too, where I have way too much stuff here. I have all my eggs in one basket. I need to get all this stuff out of here and divide it in half and put half of it somewhere else. There's way too much in one location. It's not good. It really isn't. It's an overabundance of weight. I told you I can get a dozen people here and shut the doors for a couple of years. We wouldn't have to leave. There was enough food there, and I would have to make sure that, portion control. I've worked in a restaurant. I've been a manager. I know how to do portion control, and probably, and unfortunately, not to some people's liking, but whatever, there has to be somebody in charge of security, and somebody, and that would definitely probably, being that I have a law enforcement background, that I would, I'm not saying that as a leader that I don't know how to stand down when somebody else can, potentially lead or has a higher skill level than me, but I would probably make sure that the portion control and the food was all taken care of. That would be probably part of security. I don't think people would think about that, but if you ever watch a lot of these survival shows, guys, when people live together, I mean, there's always one Karen, there's always one Ken, there's always somebody who's just not happy. And it normally comes down to just the most petty things, like portion control, like somebody's got a bigger portion than me, or why did they get this, or why did they get that? So that's why uniformity and things like that, and portion control and things like that, are very important in times of war and survival and morale and things like that. So as you can see, somebody's probably going to be the head of security and the head chef, with portion control. That would probably find myself, unless I could find somebody that I think that could have that type of responsibility for the community, would put the community first before they'd ever. And it's tough, guys, because, in that type of situation, people always tend to, I don't know what it is, we're like, if it's our instincts, we just want to have a little bit more than the rest of the people. And, but that's what I'm saying. That's why I really hope to have some people have more of a hive mind tip mentality, and understand we're all, none of us are being treated any differently. We're all part of, a well-oiled machine, that each part is doing the function it does, so that we can move as a unit without having any of those issues. So But that's what I'm saying, guys, is having that, ability to, again, make sure that everybody's taken care of, as the whole. And again, I already talked to you guys about how, morale boosters and things like that, that, if we could stock enough things, ahead of time, that we know that LM likes M&Ms and Sipes likes, doesn't. Sipes likes granola bars, that we have enough, for the both of them if need be, in the future. Everybody gets the same thing until we can find that abundance. And then see, I'd be the type of person as a leader, or somebody took care of that, okay, we need to pad what we have here and start getting these luxury items that makes us feel better. So then instead of everybody just getting remember on the first week, you get white rice and beans. And then on day 8, you get, tomato bouillon added to your, oh my gosh, that's just like Spanish rice. This is in heaven. Oh my God, this is amazing. And then back to white rice for a couple of days, and then some chicken bouillon in the rice. Wow, man, that is a big game changer. I don't plan on just eating rice, guys. I'm just trying to show you there's ways to, with the little things sometimes as a leader with food and things like that, there's ways to keep people's morale up. And if you portion control things out, make sure everybody gets equal portions and things like that, as far as, a community type setting, that people are within the community, have been there from the base, not like you can't take new people in. And that's another thing too, which really does help, as I was telling you, to form these communities, I think in the future, to not just be taking and unaliving everybody, and doing that if somebody does come and does to take the stuff that we're like, oh my God, you took everything we had. Oh, you got us. Oh, LM. Oh, Sice, what are we going to do? Oh, and we just sit there and we sob on each other's shoulders, and we act like they just took everything we had, right? And we don't fight them forever, anything. We let them take it all, correct? And then we go to our other cash that we have somewhere else, and we live to fight another day. Not literally, remember? So this is what I'm telling you guys. There's lots of ways to do this. And I'm telling you, I know how to be successful. You're not going to find people that are going to be very successful in the future, but it's going to take breaking away from cities and just everybody. You're going to have to find 4 or 5 people right now that are serious about preparedness and serious about being ahead of this, and don't want to fight anybody for anything. They actually want to get to abundance before it breaks down, and find the time to say, hey, it hasn't broke down yet. So I got 5 extra hours where I only had to put 2 or 3 hours into the community, and I got the rest of the day to myself, because I don't need to worry about bills. We got rabbits, we got chickens, we got goats, we got sheep. Hey, there's 4 or 5 of us. We can get a cow now. We've got plenty of water. We've got a well dug. Everybody's got a solar panel, batteries. We don't need to worry about bills. Now I can just go play. I can just play the rest of my time until things completely break down. Somebody said they like go fishing. Well, go fishing all the time then. Do whatever you want. There's more petroglyphs in this area I live than almost anywhere in the world. A lot of them you can't get access to, but yes, you can if you don't listen to them and you just just go do what you want. Just go see the world. Around here is enough sites that you can just stay in this valley for months and on end and just go see this place has been in, some of the special shows on like PBS and History Channel and stuff. It's an amazing, it feels so good if we got ambushed to stay quiet. We still have knowledge and extra. See what I'm saying, LM? We just be crying, oh my God, what are we going to do? They got everything. Can you work up some tears for me? Get on the ground, stomp, make it, you know what I'm saying? Play General Hospital for me for a minute, as the world turns, and stage it. Just a big old stage, oh, what do you do? We got nothing. Can't you just leave us something? Right? And let them go. And then we didn't have to fight them and get in a battle and people are getting hurt. Now she's getting taken over to the wood line and being violated. And no, just give it to them. Play the stupid game with them and then let them leave. Or we leave. Well, you can have it. Sorry, we don't want to leave. What are we going to do? We're going to turn into the Ravens are going to pick out our eyes. You know what I'm saying? So there's ways to do this, guys. You got to listen to me. Most people aren't going to have this backup plan. You need more than one plan right now. You need a B plan, guys. You need to take your assets and split it in two places. That way you can do exactly what I just said. Can you walk away from half of what you own right now? Do you have enough supplies to walk away from half of what you own right now? I do. I really wish people would come join me so I don't have to keep beating this drum like this, but don't worry, guys. It just is what it is. But I'm still spinning the ideas for you guys because you can do this with anybody, no matter where you're at, anywhere in the world. This does not take coming out to where I'm at. This just happens to be an amazing place to survive. I got bodies of water right around me. I got wildlife. I've got caves, caverns, cracks in the ground, holes in the ground. You need to get under the ground. That's the only way you're going to survive. I'm not telling you. Don't want to listen to me. Don't listen to me. You want to live? Come with me. Wasn't that on a movie or something? Silly me. Seriously, you want to live? Listen to what I'm telling you. You want to do it? You can do it out here. You don't have to do it with me, right? Your family, come out here and do it, and I'll watch you do it from be my neighbor or something. Yeah, I don't even. If I'm going somewhere, you get your hands there. Yeah, there are some good places I believe to ride out this storm, guys, and I believe what's going to happen. It's not going to be a permanent thing. It's totally survivable, but it's going to take getting away from the madness and the insanity until that dies down. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? It's going to take getting away from people. You're going to need to listen to people like me. What do you want to be down there fighting for this government? You want to be down there fighting wars for this government? You support what they do? If people are rioting in the streets, what are you rioting for in this country? This country sucks. This country should go back to breakaway communities, whole supply chain, just-in-time delivery system. There ain't going to be no food down there the second day, guys. People have it so wrong when it comes to how they think things are going to break down. Remember, I told you, you're not getting out of the cities. Listen to me now. You're not getting out of the cities. I don't care if I'm wrong, and so what? Go strike me, whatever. But you're not going to get out of the cities. You're going to get locked into these cities. So I'm not worried about all this stuff that I talk about, but I still game theory it all the time, and I've thought about it for decades. Am I worried about it? No. Remember, I have a plan, and I'm itching to make another plan right now. Right? I'm itching to try to get out of here and get half the stuff I own. And as soon as the spring breaks, I'll tell you guys, I'm not even concerned about it. I'll tell you, and I'm not worried about telling you my plans because I know the Lord will protect me. But even if I cannot go buy a piece of land, I live in an area that's so porous because this is the edge of the Great Basin. We're not going to have a boom explosion out here. That's the Newberry crater. I can see something in the distance a long way away. So it's not like it couldn't get to me, but not like that. I'm at the edge of the ring, like of the Great Basin where, I'm like Hawaii, where it's going to lava flow out. I'm not going to have the boom where I live. So I'm a relief point. So I don't worry about seismic and all that volcanism because that's going to be a part of this cycle that I told you, but it was before in history. As far as it fed some of these things that went boom, and it is an open riff out here that's got lots of holes. If you go and bend, there's tons of caves. There's crack in the ground out here. That's an amazing walk, guys. And you could go out there for weeks on end. My son was out there for months going through all the different forks under the ground, going literally, I don't know how far down under the ground. And they had me down so far when it's called splunking. Okay. The guys came down in with their ropes and stuff. They're like, how did you guys get down here? We crawled down there. Well, how are you going to get back out? The same way we got. You guys are crazy, because people go down there and they climb down in with their, it's big hole in the ground because this is where this earth has opened up before. And, in the cycle before I told you, I can take you where I showed you at the time, 6,000 years ago, the water spit out of this earth at the same time as the earth opened up. And I can see that volcanism on the sides of that crack in the ground that I'm talking about. That's what formed. So there's lots of holes around here is what I'm telling you. Lots of holes. So I plan on, if I can't find and go dig another hole like I did for over 4 years, I dug until there was a big enough hole to put something in to protect me. I could put 150 feet of earth on top of me and know that I'm going to be okay and not get crushed and all that, protected. I did it the way that I knew that would be done right. I don't do things the wrong way, either do them right or don't do them at all. So I have that in place. But if I can't go find a place to go dig another hole, I'm going to go find another hole in the ground somewhere around here. And it'll be somewhere in the woods. These woods are so open, expansive. Good luck if you think you can come find me. I'll go by myself and I'll take half of this stuff and go bury it in the ground somewhere out here, guys. You know what I'm saying? I don't need to dig a hole, but I prefer to go buy another acre somewhere out here in the woods, somewhere 20, 30, 45 minutes, an hour from here. It doesn't have to be that far. I mean, an hour from here is not far. I live a couple hours from the city. So, an hour into the woods, when the woods are only 15 minutes away, I just might have to find something over towards that side available. If not, I wouldn't even care, guys. I will go into government, whatever they call that. That's my land. That's God's land. And I'll find a hole and I'll put half of what I have in it. And if none of this happens, I will go run to the woods and put myself in that hole in the ground and just enjoy this and fight with the bears and the cougars and that's who I'm going to be fighting with. Cougars and bears. Oh my, yeah. Mountain lions and cougars and that's about all. And I'm not even worried about it. I can live in the woods with those animals. They're not going to come bother me. I don't put out that vibe. I can live amongst the animals. I am an animal. So I'm like a chipmunk. I'm always trying to get a nut, always putting away those food stores for the winter. So see, that's what I told you. Same analogy. So why am I doing that? So when things break down here on the ground, I just leave and go there. See, I got a plan to not keep fighting with people. And you know what? I have a plan where I have my go bag right there in the woods. And if I see people rolling up, guess what? I'm just going to get in the truck and go further into the woods and be ready to leave all that behind and have a bag that I've already got the truck loaded and ready to go at all times. And we go, hey, you going with me? If not, I'm not going to fight anybody. I'm not, this time, this is all our stuff. So we got to go from here. This is, yeah, that's what that'd be awesome to have a group of people, have community dinners. I talked about this. Wouldn't it be great too, if I was correct on this, saying that I was right, everything broke down, it was the end of the world as everybody thought, and we knew it, and the world still went on, but they did lock everybody down in their cities. And they didn't really go mess with too many people outside of the cities for, I don't know, a few years. I bet you they're not going to get out into the cities and be trying to mess with anybody. I believe that they're going to be dealing with the people that will go by their system. Eventually, maybe out in the woods and stuff, or out in the country, you'll be called feral, like a wild animal, and they'll hunt you down and try to tag you and neuter you and label you and get you to do their thing, cityfy you or whatever. But probably not for a while, guys. You know what I'm saying? Probably not for a while. I really don't think people have gamed this up. I think everybody thinks that there's going to be these massive mobs that run out into the countries and stuff. There'll already be people in the country that do that, but it won't be as many people as they think. I don't think this whole people fleeing the cities is a thing. I think most people will not get out of the cities. I think they will take a lockstep down control and not let people move out of the cities. There will be police at every intersection to leave every city, and they will keep you in those cities because that's where I believe they want you. That's why they wanted you to move into the city to begin with. They got you to begin with. The convenience got you, didn't it? And when those walls come down around, whether they're walls you can see or not, I believe you will be Hotel California. You'll check in, but you'll never leave those cities again. I don't think people are going to get out of the cities, guys. So I think the country life is going to be where it's at for at least for a few years until because they have the technology, LiDAR and drones and stuff. They have the technology, but I don't think that's their intentions right now. I think they're going to let people out there stay in the woods and do their things in the country and just, independently and as long as you're not going up I think they'll still be on the country roads and stuff, but if they're not going to come off a lot of the roads like people think, I think they're going to try to keep people in their spaces, in their places. And I told you why they're doing this. They're doing this because of this celestial gas giant alignment. You guys, I think they're only really trying to make it through that 5 of 25 alignment. There's a lot of talk of this 2030 crap, and some of that's biblical as well. And so I know what they're talking about, their timelines, but 10, 24, 24. If you're not around somebody that's not talking about how to get through 10, 24, 24, you're wasting your time. That is the number one thing you should be preparing for. You should be preparing for the fact that our Earth's magnetosphere has been weakened by 25%, and we're about to get clobbered by the sun. And we're going to get bombarded by protons. So I don't think even a 16th of what I just gamed out with you will happen, because I think most of our technology will be taken down. They have all their technology dug into the ground, buried in their, underground bases or bunkers or whatever you want to call their and they'll come out, they're hardened, they're NPM proof. They'll continue on. This world is not going to be the end of the world, even if we take a massive hit, because that's how people survived before in history, is they got under the ground and got away from whatever was coming. And that's why most of us are still here today. Like Noah built an ark, people got in the, in their shelter, their ark, their vessel under the ground or whatever. Again, it's always easier to build a castle below ground than it is above ground. So there's massive, amounts of space under our earth for people to get to. And a lot of people are going to live through this event. I really believe the event that's going to be the deal breaker, though, is the tidal shift that I tell you. That's what's going to take out most people. With the nations of perplexity, with the seas, waves are roaring, is what it says. So nations in perplexity because of the seas and the waves. It's a cycle. Unfortunately, I don't think that the odds of me getting this one incorrect are going to happen. I've just had too much study in this now to believe that this is the event that they prepared for the last 100,000, 2,000 years since the time of Christ, where they knew and know about this celestial gas giant alignment that I'm telling you about. They know it. They put it in their, the box, the Cabra, the square, stand on the X. It's all part of this worshiping of this time and place where the sun will eclipse with all their, and the birth, which it already did. And it wasn't the eclipse of the sun. It was the eclipse of Jupiter and the eclipse of the morning star, which birthed the king. So it was the Jupiter that eclipsed Saturn back in 2020 that birthed us into this new age. So it talks about when this event happens, it happens at the end of the age. And so the age has ended. So we're there. We are in that time that it talks about in scripture. So is it tomorrow? No. Is it in 2 years from now? I don't think so. Is it in 3 years from now? I don't think so. We're talking about this whole end of the scripture and all that, but we still need to get through 10, 24, 24, guys. So I don't want people to think that they can't make it through what is about to come. And, but I believe it's going to be possible if people position themselves on the right place. As it says, the woman will receive the wings of an angel and she'll flee to the wilderness, the place of rest, and she'll be saved. She will be protected there. And it tells us about how long in the time. So that's all part of the time. If you read in scripture, it's all done by the number. So again, it shows us we still have time. Remember, because it tells us when we see these things happen, there'll be wars and rumors of war. There'll be famine, pestilence, earthquakes in diverse places, wars and rumors of wars, and the nations will be in perplexity with the seas and the waves will be roaring. It's part of this cycle. So that's how I think most people are going to end up succumbing to. Unfortunately, it's going to not be another Noah event, but if the sun doesn't get them, the water will get them too. God's going to take most people from this earth, and me too. Yes, me too. If I pass, then great, and if I don't, then I don't. I'm not in fear for that day, but again, I just don't know anybody that's been able to put together what I'm telling you. There is an event that lowers and raises our oceans 400 feet. Generally at a max and on an average between 100 to 400 feet. And we haven't had that happen. I don't know when the last time. I actually can't pinpoint the last time it happened, because I know 6,000 years ago, this whole earth was flooded, and not just a portion of the earth, like I'm saying. So that's not the cycle I'm talking about. I'm talking about a cycle where the earth's waters, oceans off all the continents like a flood event, but not the whole earth happens. So it's happened before. Didn't happen the last time we were in this square alignment, but the earth got rocked by the magnetism of being pinned in to that square of the outer looping magnetic fields in our outer atmosphere, and then we being stuck between the two largest gas giants and then pinned in with the sun sitting right in front of us. We're like a trifecta. The sun, the two gas giants have showed you guys this image over and over again. This is the event that they're getting ready for. And I believe it will be the tidal shift. And I believe this to happen before October, in my humble opinion of studying this cycle. And again, I hope I'm wrong. And if it doesn't happen then I don't see how it will not happen by 5 of 25 when we come into an alignment that I've never seen. And again, I've studied this for decades. I've never seen the earth come out in front of the sun all by itself. It's incredible just to look at it, guys, and see something like that. To see all the remaining 8 bodies behind the sun. They're supposed to be all spaced out around the sun. Remember the heliocentric model? They're all spaced out and they do their thing on the average and everything all equates on the regular side. They're all getting right now. What's going to happen in 10, 24, 24 is those 4 largest solar, Jovian gas giants are going to be on one side of the sun, and we're going to get pinned in that magnetism, and the earth's going to get rocked, and it's that's going to happen. Whether the water comes up on the land, that's I don't know. I'm not certain of that, but this land will get rocked by that magnetism when we get pinned into it. That's not something we can run from, guys. And I believe that's why we see all these governments digging in and doing exactly what they're doing. Again, this is what I'm talking about. I'll show it to you again. We're going to get pinned in. That's magnetism. Every one of these bodies puts out its own magnetic field. Saturn, Uranus, Jupiter, and Neptune. If we're stuck in between, this magnetism, the Earth's going to get rocked. That's how it affects our Earth. This magnetics. And again, don't act like they don't know this, because they've known that the Maltese cross of the celestial wheel, we're right here. We are right there. So we've hit the 6th extinction event, and every one of those extinctions falls on the ding on the line, ding on the line, ding on the line, ding on the line. They always fall on the line. These are all the cataclysmic events marked with the dates and the years that they happened. And every time there's been a civilization, ending, it's happened on the line. Each one of those is like a slice of pie of about 2,000 years around the celestial, wheel. This is it's very similar to what the pagans had their fire wheel. So this is something that they're very aware that has happened before and will happen again. And this is what, again, in my years of studying, that when I've ever studied an event, it was always pointing to, X marks the spot. There we go. There's 10, 24, 24 right there. There's Earth right there. Remember, I told you it's like a triangle, off 3 sides. Then those other, there's Mars sitting right there too. So I don't think we're going to fend well. About a month before this, I think the Earth's going to start to get hammered by weather, guys. It's not going to get hammered by Joe Biden or by windmills or by electric cars that rust, or by some stupid guy that can't even, find a makeup that matches his face. Instead, he's like, well, just give me orange, and, all the nonsense, all the political mumbo jargon and all the, it's all just silliness, guys. Again, think about, there's magnetism. There's 2 imagine us being pinned in between those 2 magnetic fields. That's how they're going to look, guys. That's what that's going to do. And that black area right there, there's no magnetism. It's void. So what do you think is going to happen to this Earth? Here's a toroidal field. We got one coming out of ours. The sun, Saturn has one, Jupiter has one, Uranus has one. Neptune. See all those when they start bouncing off each other. Is that you think it's just going to be 70 and sunny? Okay, I keep saying this. What's your win plan? What's your win plan? Do you have a win plan? I keep asking you. What are you going to do when the Earth starts blowing, these upper jet streams start tearing down into the, like poop, it runs downhill. It's going to come through these different atmospheres, guys. It starts, we have a very upper layer, our stratosphere, and we live in the troposphere. There are many layers of our atmosphere that it will penetrate through. Cosmic solar radiation from our sun, it penetrates all the way through the core of our Earth. You can't stop it. So that's the alignment that we're going to be in. You still think we're going to fend, Now look at that Earth. Look at that Earth right next to the sun, Mars right next to the sun. That's Earth, guys. Look how close we are to the sun when that happens too. Yeah, but it's way more now. It's not, it's as orange as your label on your thing. That looks like you have a Trump face thing there, Ewok, son. your E thing looks as bright as his face. But that's a good assumption, though. Thank you. Excellent analogy. The Egyptian sun god, Mithra. But look how close the Earth is. Look how close it is to the sun. Then there's Mars. Then there's Venus. And then we back out, and those four gas giants form that square in our outer sols. And look at what's sitting right there in the middle. Eris. Yeah, there's my son I was telling you about, guys, earlier, if you were in here in the chat. We were talking about you there, son. You might have been. He was probably in here, guys. He says he comes in here sometimes, and he's quiet. He just watches. So doesn't always have time to moderate because he's a busy guy. So there we go. Are you ready? Hey, you guys, look it. I've been hounding on my son to get over here from where he's at. I've been telling my son, you better be doing what you need to be doing because he's got a life, guys. He's got bills. He can't just pick up and leave. He's got responsibilities just like everybody else. He's got things he had to take care of before he can just pick up and leave. But I've been telling him, man, you better beat feet. So I want you to know that I'm not hounding on you and not talking about to my own son about this the whole time and riding his butt. Get your butt over here, son. Get away from that coastline, son. Get away from, you're not in a safe place, son. You're not in a safe place, and he's listening to me and he's doing what he needs to do, guys, but where he's at right now, he's not going to make it, guys. My own son, I know it is in a bad spot. It's very low where he's at. The sea level is, 500 feet or something where he's at. So everywhere, again, I'm right here. Oh, darn it. I knew it was going to do that. I'm right there. So sitting at 4,500 feet, I can be to 8,000 feet in 30 minutes. So cool. Well, cool. Like I said, guys, this is something, again, I think that I hope I'm wrong, but I just don't think that I am. And I wish that I was, but, life ain't Burger King. You can't always have it your way. So here's a shot over here I've screened in for myself. So that whole western side of the U.S. Goes underwater. It's just too low. The veins were quite dark. So why wouldn't he paint his face? There we go. How about that for more evidence? But again, what makes me so, I don't want to be overly confident, guys, about what it is that I'm, what it is that I've showed you, but this overlay map is what, if I didn't have the overlay map, guys, I don't think I would have a you know what, to do my business in. I wouldn't have one of those, what they say, government land. I wouldn't have a pot to piss in, right? We know what that means. Cycle where the water goes up 400 feet and down 400 feet on a regular cycle. Cycle. So this is the land that is going to be left. You see the water washes all the way up on both sides to the Colorado Rockies and in here. So taking years to do this overlay. Want you to see what the government knows. See this land that they bought up? There we go. Why does their land match the overlay map? Look how close that is, guys. Why nothing over here on the East Coast? And that's where they're shipping all these migrants at too. So I got to keep beating this drum. It's hard to watch. It's hard to be in this skin right now. I hope I'm wrong, but this leads me to believe that I'm not. This leads me to believe that I am 98% confident in what I'm showing you here. That they know this. They know exactly what I know. If you move that over in Washington, that's the same way. I got a little bit of it. You can obviously see that's tilted a little bit. The scale is just a little bit different, but that's that same strip up there towards Washington too, obviously. And they bought up a little bit more here in California and taken over, obviously, because they want all that land to make sure they have that top. The thing too that's kind of alarming is you see the white that's under the white, under the red, under that overlay map. That's what's left of civilian, if you will, that's going to be left for the people. That's not the actual government or federal. See if we can get a little closer shot of it. So there you go. There, all the red. All the red is what they have access to. And we would get what was left in the white. Well, unfortunately, I don't like saying that, but I do, Sipes, because I pay attention. And I'm not a prophet. I'm not a prophet. I'm not saying I can. I'm telling you, this is how do they own this? How do they have this? They're getting ready for. Well, tell me they don't know about this. This is a cycle that's happened before. They moved the state Colorado state capital. Come on, Come on, guys. Imagine if I had the perfect scales too, because I'm working with a couple different scales, obviously. Texas, all the way over. And there's a little bit of a difference, but. But how is that? That's not by chance. But it's just a difference in scale. Look at down here. Oh, dark. How did that pen do that? Anyways, you see what I'm showing you guys. I can keep showing this, but this is going to keep this channel, It's going to keep this. Just look at what happened. As soon as I start showing this map, this channel's not getting any more traffic, none. I'm not getting any subscribers. I'm even looking at I'm getting a lot of views, guys. I'm getting a lot more views than I thought it was. After these lives go up, there's a lot of people are actually coming back and watching these, but I'm not picking up any subscribers now. I haven't even gotten a subscriber in days now. Here we go again on this platform, but it's all right. it's okay. I got a good base here. I'm good. Like I said, here in maybe another week or so, I'll have enough streaming hours to be able to hit that, hit the super chat button or whatever. And then we'll see, maybe something will change, Yeah. That's what I'm trying to show you events. The further you want to know about into the future, the further you need to delve back into your cycles of history, and you'll see there's an overlaying algorithm. My son has always had a brain like this, guys. When he was young, he would park all his Matchbox or Hot Wheels cars. He had to have, all the trucks were with the trucks, and all the race cars with the race cars, and he was very methodical about patterns and see, or sometimes it wasn't all the cars that were with the cars. He had all the red cars with the red cars, or all the yellow cars with the yellow, and he would change up in his head on how. I was always noticing he always liked patterns and different sequences too. So I knew that he probably had something. He had it like me in some way, to watch him when he was real young, to he had lots and lots and lots and lots. He had more Hot Wheels, guys, than any other kid. His uncles owned a die cast, shop, worked for NASCAR and, Monster Jam and, NHRA and all that stuff. So and I didn't help the situation. His room looked like literally like a die cast shop, a toy store or whatever, just full of die casts. But he had hundreds of die casts, and he would put them all in different sequences and patterns. And used to watch him. Yeah, but still in his mind. But you're probably very organized, I imagine. And I mean, you might be all over the place too, but you probably got your organized chaos going in your mind, though. I bet, Sipes. You know what I'm saying? You've got, you know what I'm saying? You got that. I don't know. I have a quantum computer for a brain that's just not. Sometimes it's a little bit too much. I wish I could turn it down and shut it off, but yeah, he did. I was really bad. Like I said, he had whatever. I don't even talk about it. It was too much, way too much. But it was fun because he liked, he enjoyed playing with toys, and he took good care of his stuff when he had it. He didn't beat up his stuff, even though he had quite an abundance amount of toys. He would let other kids play with all his toys. He wasn't stingy. He'd give away a lot of his toys all the time. I never really had any issues with him giving away, but like if he was brought out his thing of toys, he wouldn't let the kids, like I remember those monster trucks were really tough. And the kids were throwing them up in the air, and he was, and he wouldn't let them play with them because he's like, I was told that if the toy breaks, I have to throw it away. I can't, we throw it away. We don't keep broken toys. And it really taught him when he was young to take care of his stuff. He knew if he broke a toy, I was just going to throw it away. I wasn't going to try to fix it. I wasn't going to try to, and I'm a person to fix everything, but it made him understand because he had a lot. But there was a lot of times he was a good young man. I told you, he gave away his toys a lot. He liked to share. He wasn't stingy at all. So even though he had a lot, and stuff, he was always, it was beautiful to see him like to give to other kids. He liked to give away his toys, which was cool. And I never really, he always had enough extra toys. It wasn't a big deal if he was going to give away one of his cars or trucks or Hot Wheels or whatever. Generally, it was what he probably gave away more of his Hot Wheels than anything else. But it's pretty neat to see him, take something where I think I was way too much, way too much. But he did well with the overabundance because I was a collector. I would go to the stores in the morning, to the Kmart, to the Target, and all looking for the treasure hunts and all the special cars. And I bought and sold, on the internet too, and collected for him. And I was actually very successful. I might have been able to make a lot more money on the die cast before the '08 crash, right? But that's what we did. We turned it. Now it got taken, but all his Hot Wheels got turned into survival stuff. I asked him, he didn't said, hey, I'm going to sell all your stuff. You want? He's, Dad, I don't want to play with it anymore. I got my enjoyment. If we can get it to some other people in other hands and they enjoy it. So a lot of the stuff I could have done very well with the die cast, a lot of things like the monster trucks and things like that. I had not just Hot Wheels, but different things I knew that were very sought after because his uncles and stuff worked for NASCAR. I had access to, Dale Earnhardt Jr. and all that type stuff. So he had a pretty good collection. And then I didn't help by the monster truck. He loved going to the monster jams, getting his stuff signed and all that, to add value and stuff. But I was able to buy, a large amount of, after the '08 crash, everybody's like, you guys are thanks for having you come in there, sister. Nice to see you again. One of our fellow Aussies over there from Australia. But he allowed me to sell them all. And I sold all of them on eBay, 90% of what I sold, and did very well. And I would have had a hard time because everybody's like, you're crazy. You wasted all that money, spending all that money on that kid's, toys. And so they crashed a lot. They crashed a lot. Imagine we bought silver with all that, Elijah. Woo, holy goodness, right? How much stacks of silver you could have had. Oh my goodness, that's insane. Could have filled your whole bedroom up with silver instead of toys. But anyways, yeah, that's funny thinking about that, huh? Oh my goodness. But either way, guys, when the '08 crash happened, everybody's like, because they had a lot of value before then. They really did. They were doing very well up to the lead up, and then everything crashed. And then, up in 2012 in the lead up, I just hit the cycle again, and I averaged pretty well, and I did pretty good. Nice, good stuff, son. Way to go, way to go. But yeah, I think I'm gonna have to sell my silver to pay the land at payments out here this month, but that's okay. That's what it was there for, right? So I was just thinking that. Imagine how much gravel that might have bought in the future, right? That's the only 5-ouncer that I have. You saw that when I came there. Gonna probably have to give that up to pay the land payments. That's gonna be maybe get half of one of the land payments for that. So, but that's what it was there for, to pay for the land. Remember, silver, the money, the silver that got taken from you, and then all the other silver, that was just to pay the land off. So I guess I can't, it's snowing. I was telling everybody the blessing that you gave me here about, I probably won't need to, but I might go up into town tomorrow. I waited today. Today's Taco Tuesday, right? But I got to wait till I get the money on my card to get some food. So don't think I'm getting out the driveway. Hey, what are you doing out here? You guys want to come inside? Come on, Tug. I forgot the knuckleheads are outside. I'll sell it to you at spot price because that's all I'm going to get for it from the silver shop. But here we are. I've been trying to keep the walkway shoveled. Obviously, we've got about 5 inches or so, or plus. Whoops, I just stepped in the snow. So we're gonna see if that is you, or if the whole poor Subaru is all full of gonna have to go there and dust it out. But one of the first times I met my wife, a buffalo head and camera for like 2 years. It's massively worn. Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And I was glad. I know, because remember how I recognized she knew that had value. So I'm glad when I gave it to her. So that's awesome. I had to give my pocket piece away to get dog food last time. Remember when I went into town and got robbed? I had to give that to Gary, and because he gave me $40 to go buy some dog food. So there we go. Just keeps snowing out here. Keeps pounding and yeah. probably about for anyone chat you want to buy. I see where I'll give you. I'll give him to use. I'll trade you for 25 pounds. Nice. So I think I'm gonna take the Super into town tomorrow. I haven't driven it at all since I've been here. I didn't think I'd really use it much, like I told you, but I need to go check the mail tomorrow and see if I got my credit card, my debit card, because if I try to cancel my CashApp card to dispute it, they turn my CashApp card off. I even called CashApp yesterday and they're like, nope, we have to turn your card off no matter what. I'm like, well, I don't have any way to pay anything if I turn this card off, because I had to turn, my other card off. And so it looks like I'm going to have to wait until the other card gets here to be able to turn the other card off and to be able to dispute the charges. So it's like, it's so frustrating. Yeah, probably go up to town tomorrow and see if I don't think it's going to be there. I think they said it's like 2 weeks or something, and then it's at least like 10 days. But what they said with the Cash App card is I can pay to have it express or something, $7 or $8 or $10 or something, was whatever it was, to make it like 4 days. So it'll be like a week to get here instead of a couple weeks or something if I paid $5 to get that card. So hopefully I can get that going again, and so I can dispute these charges and try to get that money back, get something coming back in this direction, but I'm trying to, the more money I can get to the account, the less silver I'll have to sell, and as much as I don't want to say this, I'm hoping that generator will sell. I'm hoping the generator will sell. And we're in Oregon. Cool. One second, guys. Oh, chow mein. Oh, I made some chicken chow mein. Here, I'll show you here for breakfast. What'd you have for breakfast? Oh, we had the chicken chow mein. With onions and carrots and a little bit of corn, and yeah, that was my breakfast this morning. It's good stuff. So I wish I had me some fresh vegetables out here. Yeah, beef chow mein yesterday. Yeah, that was my chicken chow mein that I made for breakfast. So, whoa, hey, what happened there? Zooming all the way in. Beef chow mein, yeah, homemade chow mein. Cool. So that's, I'm hoping, like I said, I'm hoping that's the plan. I've got, who sent me? Somebody sent me yesterday a $10 Cash App. Was it you, Sipes? Somebody, I need to look at that. 100%. It's tax time. Someone needs a car. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's going to be a good car right now. Um, Again, you might want to throw it up on Ben Craigslist, Elijah. I haven't had the chance. I was struggling with my Facebook this morning, got turned off. I don't know what happened. Won't let me log back in. Something, I don't know what's going on. But I think I've got it figured out now. It's being weird. It took me hours this morning. I don't know what's going on with it. I think it's because it wanted me to sign another agreement or something, obviously. So, but cool. Thank you so much. That was, I think I'm $10 short now when I think I go into town. I thought I had more cans than I did. I remember I'd actually brought cans to town. I hadn't done that forever, but I have a little bit more. I think I have another trash can, about a trash can. So I think now I'm pretty stoked because I have enough to pay the land payment for the 5-acre parcel. And I was really concerned because the way I had it set up is it goes through my bank and gets taken out as an allotment. And if I miss a land payment, it says in the contract, if I miss a land payment, it goes back to the land company. I can't miss one single land payment. So I appreciate that, because when I run into town, I'm going to be able to put that, hopefully get those cans and transfer, and that gets that knocked out, which is a big deal for me, as far as I should have that land paid off this year. I bought it in 2019, and that's 5-year allotment that comes out of my bank. I can't believe it's been, hey, pants, stop. I can't believe it's been that long, but so I appreciate that, Sipes, because that got me up to, I think, $138 or something I have, or $28. So, yeah, I know, but still, I you know what I mean? They're minimal payments that I pay. It's not like I'm paying a lot like a lot of people pay for land, I mean, I'm going to pay a lot more for it on payments, but it is what it is. I definitely paid less for my other 20-acre parcel. I paid more for this parcel now. I've got more into this because I've got 10 or whatever years and not paying really, you don't pay any interest for the first. It's a 20-year note that I took on this 20-acre parcel. So I think it ended up, being about 26 or 20, $52,000 or something if I paid it in 20 years, which to me is about $2,500 an acre or something. So that's a good deal if you ask me. So when I first bought it, it was a small down payment. And so to me, I've got 10 years of paying in this one and almost 5 in the other. So I appreciate that, Sipes, a lot. Because again, that was one thing that's off my shoulders right now, because that one I could have lost, that land. So Jesse, the one that I have purchased these other 2 lands from, I have this one for 10 years, and the other one now just for, I guess, a couple years it's already been. Wow. On the other property that I tell you that's up the road, that's another 20-acre parcel. If I missed a payment, I've never missed a payment in 10 years. So I don't think it would be the end of the world. I think Jesse right now would sell me another 10 pieces of property, because I've always paid I have good credit with him. I could get more property out here. When I purchased that next property, the 20 acres that I purchased for my second lot, I bought it from the same gentleman. It's ChristmasValleyRealty.com, and they're an owner land sale company. They've been out in this valley for quite some time, a couple decades out here. And they get people like myself. When I was looking for land, I didn't have a bunch of money to put down at the time. And but I still wanted to try to stop paying for rent, or, have somebody be on somebody else's property and tell me they can throw me off that, or I didn't want I needed some security. I needed a place to call home, something I could build up from the ground up. So this worked out really well. I came out and looked at this property and did some shopping and whatnot, but I've got 10 years on this one. So if I missed a land payment, I just put, whatever, there's a $50 charge or whatever on each land payment. So I'd end up paying another $100, and he won't take the land from me. And I probably won't do that. I'll probably take the silver up to Bend and pay my land payments with the silver, because that's what it's there for. So I appreciate it. Right now, silver's at like $24 an ounce or something. So that's probably what they give me at spot price. I mean, that's a ridiculous price for silver right now, but I don't know, even if you just averaged up or something like about $25, because they might give me $1 over spots. Premium is $4 or $5 over spot for a bar like that, for per ounce. So probably like 25 times 25, $125. So of my land payments is $225. So that would be a little more than half. The other one's $245. So that's what I need now is $470. So that would take me down $125 or something they give me. And then I owe what? It's still $350 still. So I'd still have to bring $350 more worth of silver in there too. That's what I'm saying. It'd probably be most of the silver that I have, because I don't really have that much silver right now. But I told you, I've really been focused on that. I've really been trying to focus my energy on building a community. And I knew later I could get some more silver down the road, but I had enough to, again, because my thoughts would buy me all that right there later down the road, when the guy who delivers gravel doesn't have any of this and he can bring me 25 loads of gravel. I'd rather have 125 loads of gravel than $125 for this right now. You know what I'm saying? Because that's almost what I paid for it too. I think I paid right around close to that. So at least I wouldn't be losing any money. And that's the nice thing is about silver too, is it's liquid. So I'm going to keep trying to plug away. Like I said, I can't sell any spring stuff right now. There's snow. I brought you outside. Nobody's thinking spring over here on this side of the mountain. But I put that generator up for sale. And if that sells, then I won't have to worry about it. I'll just have to figure out how to replace the generator with some of the other tools that I have. I have a couple line trimmers that I purchased again, and have a jumping jack and a plate compactor that are both worth about $500 a piece. They're worth more than that, but that's the price I'm going to list them at, and they'll be under anything market price that I've seen listed around here. And hopefully they'll move quickly enough come springtime, or I'm thinking by the end of one more month from the 15th of next month, I should be able to cover all my bills next month. I won't have any issues next month. It's just me getting all my money taken that got me in this. It was the Most High. He chose for somebody to steal all my money. So it's on the Most High now. It's not on, I just got to figure out a way to just keep pushing. I'm going to keep pushing, figure out a way to make it through this. I really wish somebody would buy something that I had. I have a lot of nice things, or, things that I think that should already been sold. That Peter Wright anvil, there's no reason that should not already been sold. Those are not easy to come by. They are definitely one of the nicer, if not the nicest anvil you can get your money on. I don't know if they make a better anvil than a Peter Wright. Ask anybody who's a blacksmith. They'll probably tell you, no, that's kind of that's the high end of anvils there. And you got one that's over 100 pounds. Where? Somebody's got, over 100-pound Peter Wright anvil, they sell pretty quick. So it's been up there for months. So I don't know what's going on. I do. I think I know exactly what's going on. So that's what I'm trying to make. I keep kicking like this, guys, but I don't know what else to do. I can't sell my body or anything, no, I'm just an old man. So I wouldn't do that anyways. I'm just kidding. But I don't know what else to do at this point. I just don't have any other options. So I think that's why I'm just going to probably just settle on selling the silver here eventually. 5 kVA. Nice. Cool. Yeah. I've got mine up for $600, $699, $700 or something, I think. So that's under what any of them are priced at. So it is what it is. I honestly don't think I'm going to sell anything on the internet. I think I could list 50 more things. I don't care what I list right now. I don't think I'm going to sell anything on the internet. I haven't sold anything in 2 months, guys. I think my internet is shut down as far as the marketplace. I don't get any responses on anything. So, uh, and I'm advertise on Craigslist as well. I don't just do marketplace. So I have other places that I'm listing things. And locally, I've listed things here locally in the valley that I live in too, on all the different uh, local sites around here too. And so, yeah, I don't know. I think that's much what God wants. Hey, I'm going to take some of your silver and you're going to turn it into land, land payments, whether you like it or not. So I really wish that guy would give me my motorcycle back that I brought 2.5, 3 months ago to him. What I told him I would hope to get it back pretty soon. And I actually just talked to him, I don't know, like 2 weeks ago. And he said it'd just be 2 more days. He'd get a hold of me on Messenger. And now it's been 2 weeks. So I was hoping to actually have that back, but I don't know how well dual sport motorcycles sell when there's 5-6 inches of snow on the ground too. So the timing's off for me. I think that's what it is too, a little bit. I don't just have summer items, but obviously some of the things I think I'm invested in, because I invest that way. I invest in summer items and winter items that sell in the summer or the winter, more seasonal items sometimes. So, but anyways, apologize. I don't mean to talk about this, and just a little bit of trying to figure out what to do here. Just appreciate the donations. Wanted to make a mention of your guys' help, because you're helping my help this struggle here for this month. If I wasn't such a loudmouth, I could probably go up in town and get a job from one of these businesses. But generally, the farmers and all the people in town have quite upset the apple cart in town. And then I really can't go work for any of the farmers, because they all get an earful of me since I've come out here for 10 years ago, telling them how this town was going to grow and they weren't going to keep this town to themselves, and they're a bunch of tyrants. And so cool. Yeah, appreciate it, you guys. So yeah, I hope again, I hope that you take and some of these skills that I've been trying to get you to understand, that I'm a pacifist. Okay, I don't want to fight anybody for anything. I don't plan on hurting anybody. If I can ever, if I could run away, I will. Samantha members of me talking about that before in the past, about being able to on my TikTok channel about. No, I don't. I mean, I have some rounds of copper, but I was telling, hey, I have a little update for you there, Samantha, too, on that thing. I did talk to my teacher and brother Jim, and I may have overdone it a little bit because I'm out here by myself and I'm alone. That, remember we talked about, we played the role like, all right, Samantha's going to go to the woods with me, and she has a boyfriend, so I'm not saying, but you guys, it was just game theory. That if she went to the woods, all I could do is take her away from that. I wouldn't protect her from a man. I would protect her from bears and lions, like I said. But I went and talked to my brother Jim and my teacher, and he said, vengeance is something different than protecting your household and your goods and your things. That if a man does come, cool. I'm sorry that didn't work out for you, Smith. I thought hopefully I was hoping you found your life partner, somebody you could yoke with, equally. And but all things happen for a purpose. I hope the best for you. I hope you find what it is that you're very diverse entity, soul, and so you're not seeking the things that most people seek. So you're probably you finding somebody equally yoked it's going to be difficult. Like for me, I'm a very, very different person, and you are too. I think that's what has been very interesting about watching. I don't agree with everything you do, but you probably don't agree with everything I do. But you are very interesting. I know you're spiritual. You're one of those kind of people that I don't need to be in your presence to feel your presence. You have that strong of a presence. So your energy is
very large. And but we were talking about that. I wanted to tell you that Brother Jim told me that that somebody came to hurt you, and we're out there. Let's say we're on this property or something. That if they came in there with a pew pew or something to hurt you, that I'd have the right to bonk them on the head with a bat and protect you. And that he said, Tracy, no, don't, because I talked to him about the orge, about how God puts things on our heart. We're supposed to turn our cheek. Remember, give people the chance to forgiveness. But he said that protecting and your home and your goods and things that God does, that vengeance is something different than protecting somebody, or protecting your wife or protecting your goods. Because if they took all your goods, and again, I said, well, Brother Jim, he says, what about, says, if somebody comes to take your stuff, give them the rest of what you have. And that's why I already told you. That's why I got a plan. Somebody like me, smart. All right, honey. Now, when they come here and they come to take all our stuff, you got to cry and throw a fit and get on the ground and get snot coming out of your nose and make just the biggest scene. And we're going to die. And honey, don't let them, oh my God, what are we going to do? And then we'll just let them take it. And then we'll go to our other stash in the woods and we'll go there, or vice versa, whatever, and that's, so I still have the same. I'm going to be, whatever. I'm a pacifist. Wherever you guys want to fight or anybody looking for a good man, righteous man of God, I'm not a fighter. You're going to have to find somebody else. I'll protect you now. I guess I have the, I really need to reconsider. It's just was more of my loneliness and that I was just turning away from society and a little upset and hurt, and I didn't want to lead anybody astray, but I still feel like I'm correct. I don't think I want to fight anybody for anything. So I'm going to be a pacifist and you guys be a fighter and you guys fight for your stuff, but I don't want to fight anybody for anything. Yeah, so that's where I'm at. So we're on the same sheet of music then, what I'm saying, Samantha? So I've tried to correct that with some of my viewers and told them, hey guys, I think I was a little biased, got a little lonely out here, a little isolated, and I might have led you to believe that you don't have the right to protect your wife or your household or your children or your stuff, so be careful though. Try to have a backup plan, maybe that you don't have to do that. Like I said, be wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove, right? So I'm both. I'm going to try to be both wise and gentle, guys. I want to live by his word. I want to be a living testament. So I'm excited. Like I said, I'm excited for the day that I'll reap what I sow, guys, no matter what. If I run to the woods by myself, I'll be okay. Cool. I know we've been over this, Elijah. Like so, I talked and called Brother Jim about this now months ago, and I've changed up and told people on this channel that I didn't want to lead anybody to believe that maybe I've led somebody to believe that they didn't have the right to protect their that's not vengeance. You're not seeking vengeance. Vengeance is when you guys, if you think about it, it's going to be premeditated. And it's going to have something you have to think about. And it's going to be something that God probably has time to tell you, hey, turn your cheek this time, buddy. Hey, lady, give that cheek to, that person. Let them give them a chance to strike you one more time. Because see, a lot of the times it wasn't actually about them striking you guys the second time. It was about giving them that chance for forgiveness. Giving them the chance to strike you again, even though they struck you one time, but give them the chance to do it again and then to forgive them that they don't strike you. It's very important. People do not research, go in and find out what it is that the reason why he wants us to turn our cheek 7 times 70. We have to learn how to do that again and again. Give people a chance to forgive, for forgiveness. And you don't just let them and beat the crap out of you. Then you can defend yourself, right? Then that's defense, that's so yeah, you can take a couple licks. God is trying to give us a chance to. If you think again, I think if somebody's coming after you again, guys, and they're going to take your life, that's different, though. Remember that's in that whole realm. So I don't want to get that there too with um, overdo it. But I really think we need to learn what he means when he says, "Let vengeance be mine. Turn your cheek 7 times 70." We need to give people a chance to. Okay, go ahead and strike me again, but please don't, I'm going to give you a chance to not do that again, you know, and before we just turn and beat the living piss and tar out of them, right? You know, and defend ourselves, because obviously we have some kind of right if we're not seeking vengeance. Okay. Does that make sense? So I apologize to anybody in these last, 6 months as I've gone through this meat doctrine, and gone through, the orge and the teaching that God puts, um, jealousy and rage and indignation and wrath and all these things on us. And there's times that he's actually correcting us, and he's having somebody do something to us, you know, to try to correct what it is that he doesn't like. And so he'll use people to do things to us and we need to learn not to go seek vengeance after somebody, and not to strike back immediately, and to give somebody the chance to give them, the chance for forgiveness. So that's what turn your cheek means. It's meek and not weak. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, just vengeance is different than protecting yourself. So but I still don't want to protect dirt, guys. And like I said, if I had a community of people out here with me, maybe if I had LM, Sonia was out here, a couple other, Israel at one point was going to come out here. We had 4 or 5 people out here, guys. Then yeah, I would probably defend this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Hallelujah. There you go. Thank you, Kinetic. That's beautiful. There we go. That's a good way to put it. If it's not going to kill you, guys, it's okay to let somebody, give them a chance to forgiveness, right. Before you just take them to the wood line and put it on them. You know what I'm saying? So, because again, I apologize, guys. I don't want anybody to believe that you can't, I wouldn't stay here just to protect this stuff by myself. I hope you understand what I'm saying. It would be useless for me to try to, sure. Mental health. I am the only person I know that pastors on this message that I'll share that with you. It's a beautiful lesson, because it's a lesson that I've already taught to you, about all flesh. But I believe I have a unique way of trying to, decipher what that means, because again, the 144,000 at the time of Christ, remember, there were the 12 tribes of Israel. You had the 2 southern tribes, Jeremiah, Judah. You had the 10 northern tribes, Gad, all the other different tribes of the 10 northern tribes, right? The 10 northern and the 2 southern tribes. Well, that was at the time of Christ. That was, the 12 tribes of Israel. And so when it talks about the elect, and it does call out that tribes in the book, it's a foreshadowing, because remember, I've already taught you that the New Testament is a mirror of the Old Testament. All definitions from the New Testament can be found in the Old Testament. And if they don't mirror and they're not in the dose, they're not in the same narrow way, then throw them out. It is a beautiful, remember, the Old Testament foreshadows what is to come in the New Testament. So in this New Testament, when he spoke of his elect, his bride, the 144,000, it was 12,000 from each one of the 12 tribes of Israel. Okay. In the current time and date, because this was all nailed to the stake or to a tree, and he blotted out the handwriting of ordinances, this all becomes spiritual. And now remember, we are spiritual Jews inwardly, not outwardly, not of the flesh, but inwardly. Okay. And that's who we are now. And that would be that elect, the 12 tribes of Israel, when it calls that out. So if you notice, when he speaks on the 144,000, again, it used just to be from the house of Aaron. begotten the Levites. That was the Levitical law, the sabbatical laws, the Torah. Remember, it was the Jewish law. It applied to the house of Aaron and the Levites. So that would be like King Charles and his first cousin. Okay, I don't like to use that because that's the opposite end of the spectrum, but why not use the opposite end? So, but you've got one branch, begotten, the Levites, and that law applied to those two houses, and that was it. You couldn't enter in the temple. You were not under the Jewish law, and the law didn't apply to you. You were considered a Gentile. Okay. The beautiful thing about the elect and the 144,000 and the parable that I teach, and I've never heard another pastor teach this, is that when he said 12,000 from each tribe, remember I said Christ, you know, it was just the two houses, and now he came back to save all flesh. He said all flesh would be saved. He paid the price for all sins of the world, right? For his elect, for all their sins. He didn't pay the price for the people that are going to hell. He's sending them hell. He paid the price as your mediator, as your attorney. The only way through the Father is through the Son. So when you're standing there and he said, no, I paid her, I paid mental health ransom, I paid Sonia's ransom, you know, I paid Samantha's ransom. No, I don't care what she did, Father. Remember, I paid that price in blood. I paid the bride price, and I paid for her sins. And so I covered those sins. Remember, I paid. And so that ransom that he paid, when you pay a ransom to a judge, if somebody comes and pays your bail, does the judge ask any questions? No, he releases you because the bail has been paid and said, and that is the same bride price. He paid for your ransom. That's your bail money to cover your sins. So the beautiful thing, again, I've never heard anybody teach on this, but that's fine. It is, and I don't want to forward and pervert Christ's word. He'll throw me in the lake of fire if I pervert any of it. You know, it'll cause one of my children to stumble. You better have a millstone tied around your neck to be cast in the sea than to hurt one of my children's head. But listen, you notice he said 12,000 from each of the 12 tribes of Israel. He paid for the sins of the world, for his bride. He didn't pay for the sins of the vessels of wrath fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world. And pay the bride price. They're not his bride. They're going to hell. He doesn't need to cover their ransom. He doesn't need to cover their bond, their bride price that he paid for his elect. But notice he didn't say, I'm going to take, well, I came from the tribe of Judah, and I was born of Bethlehem, and David declared me the Lamb of God. And so my favorite is Judah. So I'm going to take 1201 from the tribe of Judah, and I'm going to take 11,999 from the tribe of Jeremiah, and I'm going to take 12,000 from, no, he said, I'm going to take 12,000 from each of the 12 tribes, proving that God came back to save all flesh. One black, one brown, one white, one red, one yellow, one Jew, one Gentile, one devil, one angel, one good, one bad, all flesh. That's what the 144,000 is. It's not a literal number. It's a parable, and it's a foreshadow, just as it was, that all flesh would be saved. Right? In the 12 tribes, all of the flesh of Israel, the 12 tribes of Israel, they were all under the 613 laws, statutes, commandments, and when they loved God, they were the heavens and the ruling class. No nation could come against them, and they were the bride of Christ. That is who he married. That's why he divorced his bride Israel. So 144,000 proves that Christ came back to save all flesh. Notice he didn't say 1201 or 11,990. He said all flesh. And that's what the 144,000 proves in our day and age, just as it was all of the 12 tribes of Israel that agape'd him, and it didn't apply to anybody else, correct? No, it didn't, because there were other houses than the 12 tribes of Israel during that time, correct? And the law didn't apply to them. So this law applies to his bride, and those are the ones he's chosen from the foundation of the world. They are his bride. He divorced his bride, and he said he would make a new contract, and he made that New Testament, that new covenant. Okay, I think I just heard someone teaching that we're here on earth now. I got confused. They are here on earth now. Mental health recovery. they're on this earth. That is his bride that he's going to call out. Remember, it used to be the Jews and the Gentiles, right? That was the house of Aaron and the Levites. Now it's all flesh from all houses. He don't care if you're a devil. He called Paul and rebuked his heart on the road to Damascus. He was a Pharisee who he called out as, you do your works of the father, the devil, those Pharisees. And he was a mass murderer of Christians. And Matthew was a tax collector. Those are probably the two worst things you could have been in Christ's eyes at the time of Christ. A tax collector or a murderer of the body, right? But Paul was rebuked by God, and he takes whoever he so chooses at that time, right, and rebukes them. Well, in this day and age, predestination applies to since 2,600 years ago. So many of them are laying in the dirt. But we have been under this covenant for at least 2,600 plus years, under this testament. The same doctrine, the same blotted out the handwriting of divorce, none of that has changed. None of it has changed at all. It's still this exact same law that he fulfilled, that we are under this New Testament, and for 2,600 years, it is who has ever lived from that time until that last seventh seal, rolls back, the sky rolls back like a scroll, and the seventh trumpet sounds. He will raise the dead from the ashes in the dust, and he will judge everybody who's ever lived on this earth. And that's who he will take. Obviously, if you were from the Old Testament, the law applied. You live by the sword, you die by the sword. Well, guess what? The law applied to you prior to that testament. Right? You were under the Old Testament. If you were a Gentile, you're automatically going to hell. He's going to do this all at one time, guys. There's no multiple judging every time somebody dies. That's not how God judges anybody. That's not what his book says. There's nowhere in Scripture does it say that God passes judgment on anybody. The only people that go to heaven without judgment are those people that have never sinned, and those are like a child. Where, again, I've spoken of this age of understanding is never turned on inside your head. You don't know that you're a child. You don't know if you're sinning. You're just in it. At one point in time, that voice, when you're doing something that's obviously incorrect, if your parents are telling it, or even if your parents don't tell you, it tells you you're wrong. And it tells you what to do. And that's him. That's him inside your head. That is the Holy Spirit. That's the Aletheia. That's the truth. That's the Ruach HaKodesh. It's the living word that reigns inside of each and every one of us. And at that point in time, when that voice of reason turns on, then yes, we are accountable and we will pass through judgment. So there'll be children that are judged. Literally not innocent children that didn't listen to that voice. We've committed a sin even at that young age. They have to pass through the book, guys. They're not there with the Father yet. Unless you've never sinned, you're going to pass through. Remember, the dead will rise from the ashes and the dust. You understand what I'm saying? So the body of Christ, his elect, are still here on this earth. I don't know how many there are, but there must not be many, because his flock is oligos to begin with, from the foundation, or at least from 2,600 years ago. So, are the elect on this earth right now? Yes. And from 2,600 years ago. His bride, the one that he made a covenant with. Probably not many if you think about it. Because see, you got to still compete with the 2,600 or the 2,600 years ago when he first made this covenant. When he came back and he fulfilled the law and he put us under this New Testament. That's what you got to compete with 144,000. So is it a literal number? Is it a literal number? No, it's not. And I can't stand anybody who thinks that it is. And when I was young in my spirit, I used to think, oh gosh, nobody even loves God. He says that right there. He says, if I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. We're screwed. And none of us, that number makes perfect sense to me. 144,000. I don't even know one person that I know that's serious enough to love God enough that I think that's worthy to enter to his kingdom. The number seemed like a literal number. Brothers and sisters, the 144,000 is not a literal number. It's proof that Christ came back to save all flesh. And again, hopefully this teaching is edifying. Notice he didn't say my favorite tribe because I was from the tribe of Judah. I'm going to take more from this tribe or that tribe. He took an equal number, which means every one of us has the same chance at grace and salvation, no matter what race, how much melanin is our skin, and where we were born on this earth, whether we're a man or a woman. We are all worthy of his kingdom by his grace, by the bride price he paid, and he chose who he will pull into his light. So, what's the 700? So, a generation trickles down and saves the souls. Let go as far back. Does that make sense now? What it means when he says the 144,000, he's going to take 12,000 from this tribe, 12,000 from this tribe, 12. It's proof that Christ came back to save all flesh. I've never heard another teacher or pastor teach you on that. I'm sure that you never heard anybody teach it that way. And I don't think I perverted or forwarded anything. I think the 144,000 is a parable of the proof that God came back to save all flesh. Hallelujah, brother. It's another proof. You want to teach the good news of the coming of the King, and he came back to save all flesh and that our sins were covered by his blood. That is proof right there, 144,000. He ain't being biased. He ain't being biased. We all get a chance at his kingdom if he chooses from whoever. He's going to pull from all tribes now, guys. He doesn't care. It's not just the Levites and the house of Aaron. You know what I'm saying? Isn't that such a blessing to know that we all have an equal chance if we just agape him. None of us are worthy. Correct? None of us are worthy. But we all get an equal chance. Is that not correct? He didn't say there was a bias. 1201 from the tribe of Judah. It's beautiful, guys. I love it. Thank you for asking the question, because I love teaching on this, because I've never heard another pastor or teacher teach on the fact that we all flesh is saved. And it's another proof that the coming of the good news of the coming of the King, that when he comes back this time, he's not just going to take the two houses, the high priest. You had to be related to even be able to enter into the temple, or you were going to hell, guys. Period. You were a vessel of wrath fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world. You could eat whatever you wanted. You could eat pork, and you could do whatever you want, and you could let your land, grow as long as because it didn't apply. The law did not apply to you. Yeah, and the mark is not literal. It's spiritual, just like it'll be spiritual this time. There'll never be a literal mark. Just like he comes back and his angels, he says, seal my elect with my mark, right? You think the angels are going to come over there and tattoo you on you or nail something to your head, yeah, such a beautiful message, guys. I would love you to check out your content and get your opinions. That's what Christ lives, etc., but doesn't believe the Bible. Well, I would love to check out your content and get your opinion. She talks about Christ. Lives within, but doesn't believe in the Bible. Well, the Christ is in you, but last night my eyes looked red like Sasquatch. My eyes get kind of red towards the end of the day. I always have had issues with my eyes. When I was in the military, you can look a lot at my pictures. Even like I remember my basic training picture, like one eye was I've always had such an issue with itchy eyes. And yeah, at the end of the night, boy, my eyes just get pretty. And I said yesterday, my eyes, as soon as I woke up out of bed, I just did not feel, God, my eyes just felt like I had sandpaper in them all day. Yeah, there will be no chips. There'll be no more. They have what's called nano technology, guys. They don't need to chip anybody. That's the stupidest thing that I've ever heard. And if they wanted to track somebody, you have what is called your cell phone. Okay. And you take that with you everywhere you go. And if you leave your house and you get 5 minutes away, you freak. Oh my God, I left my tracking device at home. I mean, my phone at home. So they don't need to chip anybody, guys. And the mark will never be a literal mark. That's not how the mark ever was, and that's not how it'll ever be. And no chips is just they have what is called nanotechnology, where they have something that could go implant, anchor itself into your bloodstream and sit there like a cell and wait to be triggered by remotely. But that's still not the mark. The mark is who you serve. Remember, it's 666 is the number of what? Man and its system. The beast is an it, and it's if you partake in it. So it will be, no, hand, don't smack her. I don't care what she did to you. Keep your hands off her. Who's controlling who here? The hand or the head? No, said don't go after, don't take that from him. Don't take that. That's not, who's telling what to do? Predominantly the right hand was predominant. Who's controlling who? The mark is not a literal mark. Don't ever fall for that nonsense. There will never be a literal mark. Chips, that's nonsense. That's not a mark. Everything is spiritual anyways now. In 100 languages. And a little nanotechnology. This is on a chain. Interesting. Did it say agape? So there's no mark. That's all fallacy. There's all crap. It's all flesh, and you're falling for all of that. If you fall for any of that, it's all spiritual. It's spiritual blood. It's a spiritual death. It's a spiritual crucifixion. It's a spiritual mark. So, yeah, pretty soon you better be on your system, because if you don't go by their system, you're going to be stuck with their system. Digital. And you will not be able to buy or sell. But I want to make this point too, because everybody, we need to debunk this on this platform. There's nowhere in scripture that it says there'll be a one world currency or a one world government or a one world order. So get that out of your vocabulary and don't ever say that again, because you perverted and froward the word of God. All this talk about that. And it's the same thing with the stupid chip and mark, and people have done the same darn thing. You perverted the translation of it, and you sound like you're playing Star Wars or a bunch of video games with me. I'm starting to hear zeros and ones coming out of your mouth. Sound like some kind of, that's not of Christ. When Christ spoke, everything had definition. So 7 heads and 10 horns is the 7 heads. Those were the 10 horns of Israel, remember? And the 7 kings and the 7 churches, right? The heads. A trump, a mount, a head, a horn are all the same things. So a ruling power is what the 7 heads were. So they were an it. They were the beast. They were the it. The same thing now. No, it doesn't say one world religion in scripture. Never. It doesn't say that. So don't say that again. Why would you say that? I said it doesn't say that. Where does it say a one world religion? Quote the scripture. Where does it say it? A one world government, a one world religion, a one world order, a one world currency. Where does it say that? Tell me. Correct me if I'm wrong. Quote the exact text. Give it out in the interlinear if you have it. Go to that original text. I'm not talking about some translation. Talk about the original text. It says you'll not be able to buy or sell. Yes, that's exactly what it represents. Nations. But where does the word say one? One. Where does it say that? O-N-E. Where does it say it? Quote the scripture. Nice. What was on that necklace, Sonia? What were you wearing? What kind of necklace was it again? Did you say it was a gold necklace? Quote it, guys. I know where it's at. Gold plated. Okay, yeah. The 7 was referring to the ambidextrous marksman, right? I thought that was 2 referring to, that wasn't Jeremiah? Or sure, Finn, that wasn't Jeremiah. It may have been Judah. The heart of gold. Yeah, there must have been something in it, Sonia. If you feel different, then listen to your body, please. Please listen to your body. It'll tell you. If you've taken it off, you feel better, don't put that thing back on. Put it back on and see if you feel, you'll know right away. But most people don't know what love is. Remember, love is agape, 2 John 6. So anybody coming up with a one world order, a one world currency, and a one world government? Anybody seen that written anywhere in scripture? You find in the letter one world government? It says you won't be able to buy or sell without the mark, correct? But where does it say a one world government, a one world order, a one world, where does it say that? Yeah, that obviously wasn't real, Sonia. Like I said, that's, I don't know. I have had my belly button pierced. It's gold, and I've had that pierced since the 90s. Just got your looks back. What do you mean, Sonia? A necklace can't change you that much, can it? I don't know. You guys, I've gone through scripture, and I keep people here referring to something that's not in scripture. So I think we've been led to believe something that's, like 666 is the number of beast. No, it's not. 666 is not the number of the beast. It's the number of man. People get things a little twisted. If I got it twisted, have I missed something? Because I've gone over this, and so yeah, nothing will be flesh anyways now, guys. We're not under that covenant. What was written on tables of stone, literally pounded out. The law was written on tablets. Tables of stone is now sprinkled with the blood of the Lamb on fleshy tables of our hearts. So nice. What do we got here? 18, they said, when the Bethel to inquire God, the people of Israel said, who of us shall be first to the battle with the Benjamin? Benjamin, yeah, see, with the Benjamin. Okay, God said Jeff goes first. I hate being a copy. Cool. There we go. That's what I thought. It had something referred to Judah as well. I remember I was reading over that. Was that, I don't know if that was a couple weeks ago or a couple months ago. Time's been cruising by. Time's been passing by. Like so, but the mark itself, guys, is not a literal mark. I believe when it says that you will not be able to buy or sell, because I think that we're coming into that system where we are coming into, they're trying to make this into this one world system, so to speak, as they played on people's words. And meaning that if you're not part of this central bank digital currency attached to the blockchain where everything is tracked and traced, everything on this earth will be cataloged and will be have to be tracked and traced. So that's where you will not be able to buy or sell without their system. And think about that. We all know that's coming. Let's not be foolish. We all know that's coming. Yeah, there's no way we haven't. Okay, and they already said, you guys, if it came down to that, to nano chipping everybody, they've already nano chipped 98% of the population. I've read this on the white papers, guys. Nano chips. Have you looked at every piece of food you've ever eaten? Have you ever been to the store and eaten anything out of a box? You have been chipped. So you don't, unless you've organically lived off the grid your whole life and never ate anything from the store, you have some kind of nano implant in you, whether it's plastic or whatever. I don't care what people say. I looked at that too. So I've done this because I can't stand that these devils got people believing that this literal mark, you know what I'm saying? So they've already said, I've looked into this and their white papers, they already have everybody's got nano in them. You guys, you breathe. Have you ever seen a picture in the last 10 years that didn't have, tiger stripes or waffle fries or candy cane stripes up in the sky? No, it's very, very, very rare to see a blue sky these days. It is way more abundant to see the sky look like waffle fries. So we've all breathed it in, guys. There's none of us on this earth that doesn't have this technology in their bodies. It's incredible amount of aluminum in our bodies right now. All of us. Plastic, a crazy amount of plastic. Yeah, all of us. We all have plastic in us. We all have this microplastics. All that, you guys, this is not something, the chip and all this stuff is just a big distraction. Will it have real world effects? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So I just get tired of all this people with chips and marks and literal. None of that is even literal. They can put all this little stuff in you anyways and do everything they want. And remember, it says you will willingly take the mark. So if they held you down and tattooed you or chipped you or something, it doesn't mean that you have the mark. Hello. I've had my Berkey for 10 years and I love it. I love my Berkey. Berkey. Man, I've been drinking it for 10 years and it just tastes so good. That's room temperature, no ice. I've been into town in a while, I got no ice. Love my Berkey water. So, what do we got here? With real butter, yeah. Stamp and press, engrave, mark for running. Absolutely. Can sense things, sure. That's called it's called intuition. You ladies have it, more than men. You got women intuition just right out the gate. So no, we all have strong intuition. It's called discernment. Canned butter, yeah. I recommend don't buy. You can buy everything powder, but definitely try to find yourself find yourself everything you can dry. It's hard to find. They actually make a dry powder. A Berkey is a filter. Let me show you. This is the largest Berkey they make right here. This is a 6.5 gallon filter. It's gravity fed. You just put the water in the top and it's got a spigot. So this is a Berkey. 10 years. I love this unit. And it's worth every penny. These 6.5 gallon ones are really hard to get though. They used to be much more readily available, but they're not now. So you just pour the water in the top, and then I would recommend, I don't know if you can see this or not. There's the inside. Down in there, there's a piece of silver in there. Look. And I put one of those in the top and one of those in the bottom. And ever since I put one of these in here, I don't have to clean my filters. They stay nice and clean all on their own. And there's one in the bottom too. So that's a Berkey. And again, I've been using that same Berkey now for 10 years. I think I say longer than that. It's a great filter. And I used to be the Culligan man, so I used to purify water. I used to do all that. Need to get some more wood going on the fire. We're gonna have to go out and uncover some of that wood, guys, and oh, pardon me, and get it drying out. Should have covered it with a tarp. Oh well. It's probably still snowing out there. I don't even know how I'm gonna get the wheelbarrow back over here. There's no way I'm gonna get that wheelbarrow through that deep of snow. We are gonna have a hard time. I think I'm gonna have to figure out like the wagon or something, guys, but then that gets full of, the tires get full too. I don't know. Oh no, the stove is on top of the wagon too. Ah, it's always a deal. Get some more wood on the fire here, guys. Actually, I might warm up some of that chow mein. I didn't eat a whole bunch of it. What are you doing, big kitten? What are you doing, kids? Just hanging out with the dad? Just hanging out with the dad? Are you hanging out with your dad? Oh, this is a good boy. Him's a good boy. How are you doing, puppy dogs? Nice. You see the kitten being good kittens. They're just checking out the dad. Just hanging with my dad. What happened? I lost it. I'm not sure what happened there. I lost the stream there for a second. It said reconnecting. What do we got here? No, nothing. Nothing. Okay. Yeah, you guys give me 1 second. I'm going to go heat up this chow mein that I made. Give me 1 second. Watch it there, puppy dogs. Hey, puppies. Oh my gosh, it just won't stop snowing. What am I going to do about this firewood, guys? It just keeps snowing out there. Just keeps snowing. I'm too busy to live life. Can you guys hear that hitting the rooftop? Can you hear that snow that's hitting the rooftop? Got the metal roof here on the cabin. What do we got here? Oh, boys. It's that hail snow. Oh, hail snow. It's kind of a mix, flurry. You guys got kitty prints all over.
more snow. I'm going to have a heck of a time getting that wood over there. I got it all snowed on, darn it. Should have covered it up with a tarp. We had a hail snow the last few days in Salem, but not today. Some more hail snow. You know what I'm talking about? I mean to go there, but it's like, oh, hail snow. You know, it's like the little flakes mixed with some of the little, I don't know, they look like Dippin' Dots now. Have you ever noticed, guys, too? This snow in the last, especially over here, because you're in Oregon, Sonia. These guys are playing. That we've been getting a lot of that hail snow. Yeah, what are you doing over there on that side of the mountain? That's not, I don't like it over there. Too many people over there, lady. Get back over here to this side of the mountain. It's way better over here. Cool. I like Bend for a city. I can't stay there very long, but it's one of the better cities in the U.S. If you ask me, Bend is definitely one of the better cities in the U.S. I've been to every city in the United States. I've been to, well, not every city, but I've been to every major city in the United States of America. I've been to every state. I've been to every major city, a lot of the minor cities. Yeah, so I can be a judge, okay, on that. I mean, if I've been to every major city in the United States of America, I think I can be a judge on whether Bend's a good city or not. And I don't like any city, but Bend is one of the better cities that are in America. It's quite expensive to live, but all in all, it just I just think it has more to offer than most cities. I was born in Salem. Cool. So you're an Oregonian. Nice. Well, I'm not an Oregonian. I mean, I could live in any state, and I say this to my Oregonians. You don't see a bunch of Oregonians when you're in Oregon. I've been here long enough. I've been coming to here since 1981, first part of the 80s. I've been coming to Oregon. My mom moved up here. My grandma up here first in 80, and then my mom up here not long after that. I wasn't born here, but again, I've been to all 50 states. I've lived in Alaska. I've lived in Hawaii. I could live in any state right now. I could move out of the country. I don't have a criminal record. There's no state that wouldn't, well, I have some income qualifications, but I might be, there's ways around that, guys. But anyways, there's no state that I couldn't go to or country that I couldn't go to right now. And again, I told you, I'm staying here because my son's still here in the country. Otherwise, I might even consider leaving at this point. But I'm going to stay here until I know I can be with my son. But anyways, I have not lived in Oregon my whole life. I've come up here. I went to high school in Bend, in high school, went to other schools here in Oregon, graduated my high school in Oregon. I was born in Los Angeles. I didn't graduate down there. I had to come up here because they were going to put me in foster care because I didn't have my dad died down there and my mom lived up here and I had no guardian. So they were trying to put me and my younger brother into foster care. And so I had to come up here with my younger brother to keep him and myself. I thought I could get away, but we didn't think I could keep my younger brother because we didn't have guardians. My father had died. But anyways, we came up here. I've been coming up here just to show you my history of Oregon. I'm not a native Oregonian, but I do consider myself what would be said, again, I could live in any other state, but I consider myself to be organized. Again, not a true native Oregonian, but do consider myself to be organized because, yeah, so do enjoy this state, and it's a gem. It's, yeah, no, as I said that, that's why I went off on this rant, because you said you were born in Salem. So you've had me ranting
here for the last 5 minutes about my trip around the world and back around the States. You know me, it's a long trip. When you see why I'm a single man? You think another person could ever put up with me? Like, all right, honey, would you just get to the point? I just asked you a question. Do you want dinner or not? You know? So, but I consider myself to be, I say that to most Oregonians and they say, yeah, okay, I like that. You're not an Oregonian, but you're organized. I like that. Okay, yeah, you can be organized. That's cool. You know, duck you, Sonia. All right, duck you. How about that? And duck somebody you love. You know, I'm that, and I don't even like the football stuff, but how about I'm that much of a Oregonian, you know? So, all right. Duck, yeah. Woo! My bad. You guys, it's an Oregon thing. It's an Oregon thing. You have to be here over, you know. Yeah, I've done lots of, my brother used to, I don't know how long you've done. That's where all my family's over there in Lane County. You know, my mom lives over there and my brother's over there. He's up a little bit more north. I think he's in Lynn County now, but my other brother used to live over there and we used to sell barbecue out behind the Autzen Stadium because they, you know, there's always a way around everything because we're Warners and we do stuff like that. And we just do whatever. It's just the way we do things. So, but anyways, you might remember me even being out there. I don't know how long you did, how long you worked for the U of O, but that's quite a long time ago. It's a little bit when we did that. But yeah, U of O. What a Phil Knight. What a crazy whole So do you remember Pig Lickers? Remember Pig Lickers barbecue on the backside by the BMX track? The red Pig Lickers with the smoker? Because I think that might have been about 10 years ago. So do you remember Pig Lickers back there before they even added the basketball stadium and all that? Or not the basketball, the baseball diamond out there they got, you know, back for all that. And they, you know, back when we used to do the, you know, because you were crowd control, everything about Autzen Stadium is about tailgating, boys. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, you want to talk about a Mardi Gras, almost like a feast of the Yule. Boy, the duck, the duck tailgating party could get pretty wild and crazy. Let me tell you, Autzen Stadium. So, anyways, boy, oh boy. Some of the stuff we do years ago. So, but anyways, I don't know if you remember Pig Lickers, but I used to run that business for my brother back there, the red smoker truck. We used to sell barbecue and just sell out all the time. And, yeah, I hear you. I worked in, obviously, remember, I'm a law enforcement officer and a veteran. Oh God, Father, why did you do that to me? You did it to yourself. You had self-will. No, he wrote everything and he knew what I was going to do. So, but, yeah, Autzen Stadium, what a wild place. You know, I don't know if you do remember what I'm talking about though, but you know, they said we tried to get over there, but we didn't want to pay all that. We wouldn't want to pay all that cost that they used to charge all their vendors, right? To pay. Cause you know, just to run anything at the U of O it's a mint, you know, you can't have any of their logos. I've been thrown out of there by security. You guys caught me selling t-shirts one time in there and I ran away from you guys and got away with all my shirts too. But I used to go sell shirts over there at Autzen Stadium just because I thought it was cool. We used to make up, my brothers did graphic design and I just really like messing with these security guards. I've always messed with the law and stuff. So we used to go sell shirts and you guys know if you work security, there's always those people out there selling bootleg shirts, but we had some pretty cool ones that we've run out of the stadium and it's a quick way to turn a quick buck and it's an honest, you know, whatever. To heck with all that big corporation, U of O and Phil Knight and all that. Yeah, sure. You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying though about Sonya. If you've been there, you know how huge the U of O is about using their anything U of O. They got that on the smackdown with their. I mean, like I said, my family very wealthy and we're into graphic design and print. Not me, not my family, but my blood. They got lots of money acting and all that. So heavily involved in just could have paid the money to work there at U of O and had a vendor cart. But because of the way that my family is, because they have money and they know, you can always get away with things when you have money. There was a way around it. And so we just didn't work the BMX track, and worked right on the edge of the stadium. And then Otson couldn't say anything and take a dime from anything, from us. And we were right there. Everybody had to walk right across. You could always see that smoke come from the backside of the track anyways. And there's nothing Otson could do. They tried, but they couldn't do anything. And that's why family is whatever. My brother's self-made millionaire off of print work, off of copying backstage passes to get into concerts, and then took off to doing, NASCAR pit passes, and then made his own fortune by print work. Basically, if you see how I said that, that's crazy, made it by printing backstage passes and stuff like that, getting into concerts and going backstage, and said, I'm going to try my hand at making a pit pass. And next thing you know, he was going to all these events and stuff, and people didn't know who he was. And next thing you know, he was doing print work for all these big self-made millionaire, at a young age. That's not the easiest way to make something. Maybe, I don't know if that's the most honest way to do it, but that's how he made his way, and he's one of the biggest people in, he owns restaurant print, and he's worked for all the big, NHRA and the Monster Jam. And, we used to hold speed festivals and do that. Even though they have money, I really don't like my blood, and they took everything from me that I've ever worked for, my own blood. But we used to go do events for like the Children's Miracle Network and Food for Lane County. I don't know if you ever remember Speed Fest or anything like that, Sonia, if you're ever around for any of that. I worked all those festivals. Never had that many NASCARs on the West Coast because there's no tracks out here. Some of the stuff that my brothers pulled off were, like I said, I don't really even like thinking of that. My mom's married to a race car driver, blah, 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 blah. I don't care about, it's all Hollywood to me, but they still did things like that. They did donations. They did spend, I see my brothers spend a lot of their own money out of their own pocket to do those festivals. Cool. Yeah. I don't know if you ever worked if you remember Speed Fest, we did that behind the Gateway Mall. Did a few of them. I used to do all the voiceovers at the track down there at the racetrack down in Grove. Like I said, my mom's married to a racetrack driver. So all that circle dirt track. And see, that's how my brother made his. It's so incredible. He was such I don't know. I don't like him. He don't believe in God. So I'm kind of offended by him. But anyways, as he would go out and what would cost people millions of dollars to experience, he went out and made himself a job by going to NASCAR, by printing all these backstage or pit passes, and then got a job, eventually working for NASCAR for a company. Lance Snacks was his first, Lance Purvis. He got his first job for doing marketing. And I convinced my brothers to get their CDL because I had my CDL when I turned 21. You could get your CDL at 21. I got my CDL after coming out of the military. And they kind of at first didn't understand. I'm like, dude, you guys, you don't want to not have this. This is something you need to have. Like, you need to be able to speak Spanish. Remember, Dad was always telling you, son, this is America, speak Spanish. There's just certain things, made us take Spanish in high school before we can, a commercial driver's license, a CDL. So, but that's how they ended up making their way, because they were market drivers. They would drive around motor cars and simulator cars, and then ended up setting up events. They've done, worked a bunch of different things for like, Vin Diesel and that, whatever that movie was, and all these different companies. And they were, at the time of Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s death, they were working both for GM Goodwrench, were there at the track, the whole thing. They were heavily involved in all the marketing. My brother designed the number 8 car with Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s mom and their mom and his wife, and sat down and did all the print work and all. They're like I said, they got tons of money. Then they come take everything from me. They took everything from this property 6 years ago, everything I own, my own family, they're just, I don't know. Like I said, I don't like it because it's Hollywood and it's evil and it's whether it's racing, but they still did some things like that because they they did those events and it there was in it for them. I don't know because they had to spend money, you know, like for example, they had a Simpson Bandit helmet, right? That they had all these NASCAR drivers sign, you know, and they were able to pull like, you know, 15 cars. I think we had 15 or 18 NASCARs behind the Gateway Mall in Springfield. That's never been done. There's never been that many NASCARs on the West Coast ever because there's no tracks over here, you know. So on the West Coast, they're all on the East Coast. So some of the stuff we were able to market with, you know, I did a lot of their voiceovers. I'm not going to do the Speed Fest or any of these silly things I used to do. My family uses me for my voice to do their commercials, but then, you know, poops on me and takes all my stuff. They like me when their roof is leaking and they need it fixed, but then they throw me the dogs when it's fixed and, you know, they don't, you know, do anything for me, but, you know, when they need me. So anyways, they had all this helmet signed by, I don't know how many drivers or whatever. And they raffled it off. I did the auction. I did all the auctions for them. Whenever they had an auction, I do auctioneering. I'm not going to do it here right now, but I do the whole auction thing or whatever. And, they got quite a bit of money for the helmet and a lot of the other things, you know, Dale Creasy, that's the year he hit the wall and whatever his hood got or whatever his fender got signed. They know how to market. They're marketers. That's what they do for a living. So they've done all that. So they pulled a good fair amount of money and they gave all that money away, you know, and I remember all the money that they spent just to put the event on all came out of their own pockets, and all the swag or whatever that's called, the stuff they have collected or whatever through the years. And that's keychains and buttons and pins and, you know, stuff you can't buy, stuff they give away at events that, you know, he throw out, you know, hundreds of, you know, thousands of, you know, dollars worth of merchandise and stuff. And, so, you know, they gave, I guess too, but again, remember, we're not supposed to give without getting something in return. So I really don't think that even though, they gave to Food for Lane County and the Children's Miracle Network. And, you know, there was other, you know, different charities that they gave to. It was all part of the marketing, you know, to be able to bring in everything you need to pull an event like that off, I guess, you know. So I don't want to say that they're horrible people, but I just, you know, that was part of that too. And so I didn't mean to get all off on that, but there's a lot of things I did for my family to help them a lot of the times. And, you know, they just always had thrown me to the wolves and to the dog or whatever. And it treated me like an outcast. I don't talk with my, with any of my blood, you know, whatever those relatives, I guess that you can call them. And they don't talk to me, and that's okay. Not really good at keeping up with people anyways, but, I don't wish any negative. I don't have any ill will feelings towards everyone. I've had a good contact with them when I was there last in their presence. There's no ill feeling towards any of them or anything, even though they took everything from me. And when they didn't need to, they have plenty of, but it's just because I'm very, what they would call political guys. They don't like that I'm political and I'm very outspoken, and me being outspoken is caused some issues and eventually caused them some issues too, but they, you know, they didn't have to treat me the way they treated me. And so, that's okay. I don't look back at anything, like I said, and everything from, it's all willed by the Father. So, I'm here now and I hope the best for them. I don't think any of them are truly seeking. I remember trying to really, the last time I had any contact with my mom, I really tried to bring her to the truth, you know. Remember, at celebrations of vain customs and traditions killed my father, and the celebration of the Yule festival, my father played Nimrod. I told you growing up, you know, my dad was Nimrod. My dad was the orgy sex king, you know. And he made a good one too. People really, you know, the whole thing with the whole, you know, and so the celebration of all the traditions is huge in my family. they love the gifts, during the holidays. They just go huge. You know what I'm saying? Just big. It's always been a big thing, guys. Um, Overdone, just gluttony. I told you, because it just, I don't know, the way my family does it is just full bore. Slam down, full 100%, 110. To the wall. And so when my mom changes the season, it's the whole house. And I mean, it's every single room. It takes a garage and more to house all this, stuff that has always been done. It's quite bad, you know. Um, Again, it's everything. Every bathroom, every room is covered with all this vain traditions of men. And so I tried to talk to my mom about it, and I'm saying, and sit down and have a discussion with her. And what I really tried to do was to bring her to Brother Jim. And I tried to bring her to the Agape, and I tried to bring her to Grace and Truth, even though I knew it wasn't something that was probably even possible. It was my own mom, and I hadn't had words with her, and because my mom has done some pretty cruel things to me. Irregardless, she's my mom, so it is what it is. I know that I don't have to respect somebody, or not, whatever. I just won't keep company with vipers. I don't. So, but anyways, I tried to bring her to the truth, and to Brother Jim, and the narrow way, and and gave her a pretty good discussion on what I thought was a pretty basic overlay of predestination, and about the traditions. And I try not to be too wordy with my mom, because she's my, I'm saying, she's my mother, she's my elder, I guess, but she's still my mom. Oh man, why you got to say that? That's almost worth driving over there in the snow to go get some more of that salsa, son. Oh man, I don't know what it is about eating Hispanic food that just makes me, oh man, it's just like a moment in time. So it takes me back to my youth. But anyway, so I tried to talk to her, and I tried to bring her to Brother Jim, and I said, Mom, hey, if you'll listen to this, I know you'll be listening to it, because you'll be calling me and you'll telling me, wow, Tracy, this is so good. I can't get enough of this. This is amazing. I mean, wow, and I'm not asking her to do it all at once, because she just pretty much have to burn down her whole garage. My son's here in the room, and he'll tell you, when my mom changes over, that's his Nana, who treated my son like a keychain, guys. I don't want to go there. I don't need to go into that. But when my mom changes the house over, man, it is the whole house. I mean, it is every room gets the whole change, of Christmas to Easter to fall to Halloween it's incredible how much one person can have of all these holidays. It's just like I told you, but it's always been big to me. But you know what I'm saying? I just thought maybe I can bring her to the narrow way, and I thought I got one more chance with her, and I tried, and I told her, Mom, I know you'll be listening to this, because you'll be calling me and you'll ask me questions, and I know that you'll be getting this, because you'll be listening to. You won't be able to get enough of it. You'll have to budget your time, but at first it'll be hard to come off of the teachings. It's quite addicting. It's when the truth overtakes you, God rebukes your heart, and especially, well, there we go. So, but anyways, I tried with my mom one last time, and they haven't always treated me and my son very fairly. And I've moved away from my family more than once. I took my son away from from all that stuff. Oh man. My son was trying to talk to his papa, my mom's husband, who's not much older than me, but about the elect, and he said 12 times 12 isn't 144,000. I know what you're talking about. It's so, man, they're very, they love their celebrations and they love their traditions, and they do the white elephant. They all do the same thing. My mom's married to somebody who they love all of they're just fits right in, loves all the holidays. So, you know, that was quite hilarious. Well, it's the traditions of men. Remember, it's the women of men. It's the women of men. They love their women of men. They're Jezebels. They're Jezebels. So they have a Jezebel spirit, and they're not going to stop. They just have they won't come out of this world. They don't want to be persecuted for being different. People love their vanity, and they love they love what's worthless to God, but they don't know it. So it is what it is. But I feel good though, brother. Sis, thank you for letting me share that with you. I got a little emotional there, but it was a little hard to talk to my mom and try to bring her to Brother Jim, and to the ministries, and she had no interest in it. So I have no interest in my mom, and she doesn't have any interest in me. And they don't care. They won't. My mom will make probably a big hocus pocus when I die or something like that, but it won't be real. And I'll be really pissed off, honestly, that she's crying, because we're not supposed to mourn. I told my son, if you cry even one tear when I leave this earth, I'm gonna be so mad. I'm gonna be so mad if you mourn over and he knows that. He ain't gonna spill a tear over me. He's gonna celebrate and know that I'm out of here. Hallelujah. And my job will be done then. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. So, but only by the will of the Father. You know what I'm saying? And so, no hard feelings. I don't have any hard feelings towards anybody in my family, no matter what they did to me or my son, because when they did take from me, they also took from my son. You know what I'm saying? That most of it was, I was a single father. Some of the things were supposed to go to him. And so when my family took everything from me, they took everything from him, which was kind of a rough thing to swallow for me, because as a father, you're supposed to leave your son some things. So, yeah, I feel good that I tried to bring my mom to the narrow way and bring her to Brother Jim and to the ministry, and she just has no interest in it. So, in the second, or in the book of Genesis, the commandments. One of the 10 commandments is honor thy father and thy mother. I don't have to honor my father or my mom. She's a pagan and a heathen, and I rebuke my mom. But I don't have any ill will towards her or anything like that. So, because I'm only judging her righteously, but I try to bring her to the narrow way. So she's a heathen, and she has no, she just doesn't, whatever it is happens to her is God's will. I can't change a goat into a sheep. So, my mom's a goat, a vessel of wrath fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world. It's quite obvious. And so I can't change that, and I'm not going to. But I'm glad as a human being that I said, hey, Mom, this is the narrow way. Check this out, Mom. And I gave it. I thought maybe I could just get her to hear it. I didn't know if she would. I wasn't trying to change her, but I don't know if she even heard anything I said. So, and I was trying to be prepared for that. I knew it probably wasn't going to go anywhere before I did, but yeah, that's how I did. And then if not, and if they don't honor, because our mother is our brother and our sister and our mother, and our Father is in heaven. So if our dad if our dad is doing unrighteous things to us, we don't have to honor that dad. So people think when the word of God says, honor thy father, that they have to, like, there's my son. Like, if I did something to him, he doesn't have to honor me. If I'm unrighteous, he should rebuke me and be done. Do not keep company with vipers. Do not cast any pearls before me. That's not how the law works. That's not how he says love. That's the law. Remember, love your enemy like you love your neighbor. Love your neighbor like I love thyself. Honor thy father and thy mother. Thy father is in heaven. Thy dad is on earth. If thy dad is unrighteous and a viper, you rebuke him. And you don't keep company with that viper. You don't have to honor. God's not going to tell you have to honor your dad, which people say don't think that when it says in the 10 Commandments, they think it means their dad. And that's not what the 10 Commandments mean. Your mother is your brothers and your sister in God. Sons of God. There he goes again. Yes, I just like doing that. Apologize, guys. Just slips out sometimes, but I won't go into the teaching. It just, those that do the will of the Father, that is your mother. Your mother and your brothers or your sister are those that do the will of the Father. That's who we honor. And our Father in heaven. And that is our family. I'm talking about my blood, my mom. My dad died being Nimrod, celebrating a Nimrod celebration. It killed him. Vanity killed him. What a life I live. What an interesting life he gave me for this third rock from the sun, third dimension. But I was just telling you guys earlier, my son's in here. He's a good young man and he loves the truth. And I'm happy that I have him, and I'm happy that I have you guys here to talk to. Appreciate me out here in this high desert, set apart, trying not to do society and trying to exist and hang on one day at a time here and just keep going, keep trying to keep daily cross, stay in this narrow way. The king shall return. He's nigh at hand. Maranatha, until he returns. Keep that. Remember, that lamp should be filled with light. Remember, that eye is the right there. If it's filled with light, then the whole body's filled. So can't have both dark and light together. They can't exist in the lamp and the oil. So just keep putting on that light, brothers and sisters. Nobody knows the day or the hour. Again, I've been trying to tell you that we're years away, in my opinion. We're not any closer to the end of the world. Hang on tight. I'm tired of that nonsense. I'm tired of that talk. It's getting quite painful to sit down and hear anybody that, because they bring up any kind of, hard times coming. It's the end of the world, doom and gloom, prepper, tinfoil, and they just turn into that. And that's not wise. And that's not how he tells us. He tells us to have our loins girded, in his service. So we have to be wise with our time. So kind of, nice, appreciate you letting me share this story with you about my mom and stuff, that I don't waste my time with her anymore. And I don't have any ill will feelings toward her, because I know I tried to do what I can. And I know my son has tried with my family too. We've both tried to do it, but they're just, they are. And so we just spend our time he hangs out with his, girlfriend, wife, whatever his lady. And, we church on the phone and, and talk about, other things, but more church than anything when we talk. And I try not to burden them all the time, because I'm quite the burden in this flesh sometimes with my solitude lifestyle, always griping about being alone. But I'm trying to hang in there just because it's my animal instinct, guys. I hope you can look through that with me always, that I know I need people around me to be community, and then to thrive and not just survive. And I don't want to just survive. I will if I have to, but I feel like that's kind of what I'm doing now. It's just surviving. I need a community to thrive. So if God provides that, his willing, and I apologize that I just can't seem to shake that, being alone is just what he wants for me, and I should just leave it alone, stop talking about it. But again, it's an animal instinct. I know I need a community. I know what's coming. When I see difficult times coming and I find myself alone, I say, hey, ho, hey, ho, hey, ho, especially as much training as I have. And I wouldn't teach it and be a hypocrite and then just try to live here alone. But I get on myself sometimes and tell myself, people are just fine living alone. And I guess I could be, but man, I wish I wouldn't have tried so hard to build a community to begin with. Maybe I wouldn't feel this way and be on this land and have all the blessings that I have, because that's what makes it so cumbersome for me. So again, I apologize for my knee-jerk reaction and my animal instinct, but hopefully it's worth all maybe some of these life stories, and some of you guys, again, hang out. Hopefully, in the message will still come through that's what I'm here to do. I'm not really here for any other reason at this time. I've talked to my son about that as well, and that's a purpose well served. I won't leave this place and roll around or whatever they call that. I'm not into any of that nonsense, but I could have left many years ago and I didn't get cheated. So I've been very gifted. And again, I apologize sometimes for being a little bit cumbersome with this lonesome lifestyle that I've chose to live out here. And sometimes I'm so mouthy and wordy that it gets me in issues like I'm in now, or pressing my foot down on the gas pedal when I know that it's going to cause me an issue. But there's a price that I have to pay, so to speak. And I continue to do that. But because I know that's what he did. He pushed against things that were unrighteous, that were perverted and forwarded, that had been perverted, his law. And it's what I see now. And I talk a lot about the current law that these, and because at the time they had changed the law, and we're under this, testament. And then we have all this man law that we go by, and I'm really worried about the church. I'm really worried about the body. I get a little harsh sometimes with the ministry, calling people bootlickers and stuff like that. But that's that beast system, guys. That's that system that's not God's law. Victimless crime and corporate mandates, and that's not God's law. That's not even constitutional. An ordinance, that's not a law. A mandate, that's not a law. These things are that these people have gone by. You live by the sword, you die by the sword. So I just really I think about that a lot, about how I come off, and I don't want to come off too harsh and too strong, but I have to, on the other side of my weak side of how I get weak being in the flesh, I still know what the law is, and I still try to be an upstanding person and stand by that law, and hold to it and not be hypocritical. And I pay the price for that too. Yeah, I don't go on dates with men, so I'm not following any mandates. Okay. I don't know about you, Sonia. That's different. Maybe but no, that's not a law. An ordinance is not a law. A code is not a law. Those are meant for corporations. And it's really difficult to live in a world. Maybe and you don't need to be any, scholar, in the background of criminology or law enforcement to know about, now about a straw man and capital letters and our name being written in capital letters and stuff. A lot of these people are discovering this because the internet now, you don't need, that's what these law enforcement, supposedly officers, public servants are enforcing on people is corporate law, corporate mandate, corporate ordinance, corporate law, but that's not literally a law. They're calling it a law, but God warned us about that. If you go by that law, I will judge you by the law you go by. Remember, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. So how is it that in a world where today and yesterday and the last 10 years, and I know I ain't trying to change anything, guys, just so you know, just the discussion here, where these law enforcement officers are going out enforcing codes, ordinance, mandates, victimless crime, and then more importantly, enforcing it all under a capital letter license. which is not required while traveling in the United States, upheld by the Supreme Court, Constitution, under your Fourth Amendment, the right to travel freely, be secure in your papers, houses, persons, and effects, which includes your right to travel and your mode of travel, in your personal vehicle. And if you're not engaged in commerce, as I said earlier, I have a commercial driver's license. That means when I'm engaged in the corporation, I'm working for a business, I'm filling out a W-2, I'm paying taxes, I'm doing something for the corporation, I'm engaged in commerce, but I'm not required to have a license to travel in America under the Fourth Amendment. That's always been a right. That's a right that the Constitution has upheld, irregardless of your atheism or your paganism or your Baptist or your Christianity or whatever belief you believe in. That's the law of the land. That is the law. You do not have the right to accost a man or a woman when they're traveling. That is your Fourth Amendment right, upheld by the Supreme Court, by the Constitution, under the Fourth Amendment right, which is the law of the land. And that's what that Fourth Amendment and federal government is there to uphold. Your inalienable rights, the laws of the land, the right to travel freely as an American citizen. Supposedly, I wouldn't claim citizen. I'm not a citizen. I'm a man of the land and soil. I don't claim to be any of this stuff. I'm just here in this dirt, came from it, a man of the land and soil. I came from the dirt, and I'm going back to the dirt. And you can't enforce your corporate law on me because I'm not that straw man that you're trying to enforce, trying to ask me for a capital letter license and ask permission to drive on a roadway. I don't need permission to drive on a public highway anywhere. I have the right to travel freely, unabated, without warrantless search or seizure. And if you accost me, you've committed a crime. That's an actual crime. And you could be, that is kidnapping somebody. And you can't ask me for ID unless I've committed a crime. That's been ruled on more than one time, by the Supreme Court, and there's more than one rulings. Look it up. So if you're traveling in your personal vehicle and you're going to check your mail, you're going to get groceries, you're going to your job, you're not engaged in commerce. Until if you're using that vehicle to deliver pizza, well, now you're engaged in commerce. You'd actually need a license because you're engaged for a corporation. You're delivering pizzas for a company. You're traveling. See, you're engaged in commerce. Well, if you're not engaged in commerce, you don't need a license to travel. That's covered under the Fourth Amendment. Remember, you have the right to be secure in your houses, papers, persons, and effects, unabated, warrantless search or seizure. This is your Fourth Amendment. This is what these cops should be out there enforcing. But instead, they're writing people tickets for violations, not crimes, which is then they ask for ID, which is illegal. And then they're literally breaking God's law. Whether people understand what is going on in this world or not, it's hard to wake up every day in this world and this happens every day. It's going to happen tomorrow. And all these law enforcement officers, supposedly public servants is what they are, paid bootlicking or, jack buck thug, corporate mandate enforcing no victim crimes. It's disgusting. For real, does this count for? Well, I want you to look into this too, Finn, because I think you have this similar right under the Constitution. Even in New Zealand should have a similar. You can travel in an airplane, guys. If you're not using that airplane for commerce, it'd be, oh no, the FFA. The FFA. Yeah, no, you have the right to travel. If you can get and make an ostrich fly and get on that, what is the FFA going to tell you? You can't fly, whatever, get out of here. Nobody can trample on your rights if you know your rights. Brothers, sisters, this is what I'm talking about, though. God is going to judge us by this. I don't think people take this very seriously. You think, oh, yeah, okay, Tracy, because so you give up that license that God's going to judge me. Yeah, you don't need, his law says you do not need a license to travel. And it is upheld by the Constitution of the United States. Either on your vehicle, you don't need registration. That's a license. That's permission to ask. Well, if you're engaged in commerce, you need one of those on your vehicle. It's a commercial vehicle, you're engaged in commerce, or even if it's not engaged in commerce, you would need, if you have to be engaged in commerce, you'd need to travel on the roadways, that permission. But if you're not, you're just doing your personal business, then they can't even ask you for a license or ask you for ID unless you've committed a crime. Oh, you don't have a license on the front of your bumper. What is this, Cheech and Chong up in here? It's on the back of the bumper. Never mind, I'm just kidding. What's your name? It's on the license. No, just kidding. Anyways, you don't need one in your vehicle and you don't need registration. Okay? No, it doesn't matter if you're a felon. They can't take this right away from you, even if you're a felon. Okay? This doesn't matter. Now, I recommend if you're a felon, you give your license to them and don't do what they tell you and jump through the hoops if you're a felon. Lick their boot if you're a felon. And this sucks. And I don't want people, but I do not want to, I know what they do to felons if you don't do, and you have to. If you're a felon, you have to jump through every hoop and to make yourself get out of that. Whatever problem you got yourself into, you got to do what they tell you. You're under that until you get off that, then never lick that boot again. So I do not recommend, but you don't have to as a felon. I'm telling you, you don't legally, and God will still judge you by his law. Okay, just so you know. You got to suffer and be willing to suffer for him. But I don't want to see felons because I know what they do to felons. So, but anyways, this doesn't apply. You guys, they can't take your rights away even if you are a felon. There's God-given rights. I don't care. And I know what you put yourself in that position because you've admitted to being that straw man. And I'm not telling people to go commit any crimes, but if they're trying to get you into their court. This is all done under a magistrate, under a judge. This is all done under admiral law. When you step behind those swinging gates, you've put yourself in the position to be ruled by that. I not want to go into the whole thing. This is capital letter law, and you have, the minute you admit, because they're going to ask you if this is who you are, and your name is going to be written in capital letters. The minute you admit to being that person, you've given up your rights, and now they're prosecuting under what is called your straw man, written in capital letters. It is your bond, a blood contract, as they stuck and pricked your heel as a child. I know I did it to my son. My parents did it to me. And they made this birth contract certificate in capital letters. And then they gave you a bond on your labor. It's called your W-2 for all your labor that you worked for the time that you're a slave to the corporation called America. This is America, okay, just so you know, but this applies, I believe it's no different. Hear me out, Finn. This is a blood contract. Just like they stuck the heel of, remember the heel that was bruised? This is blasphemy, brothers and sisters. Blasphemy. Yeah, everybody gets documented. You're A type, you're B type, you're O negative, you're A positive. Yeah, everybody's a blood contract. So then they issue your first credit card issued in your name. It's called your Social Security card. It's written in capital letters as well. It's your first credit card. It's called your Social Security card. Notice it's written in capital letters as well. And then when you go ask for permission to drive on their roadways engaged in commerce, it's written in capital letters, correct? That is your straw man. So they're going to prosecute you under that straw man, that blood contract. You know, you can renounce that name. You can call your Secretary of the State and tell them that I'm not that straw man. And you can file it publicly and make it a public, like you have to go to a public place, and you can renounce that straw man. So they cannot, even if you've even entered into that and say, hey, that's not me. But if you don't admit to being that person in court, that isn't you, and I'm not that person. So this is the contract that was made under your, if you look at all your, everything is written in capital letters. I have my son, I don't have a truck, or per se the truck I need, but my son gave me a car that has all-wheel drive. So it's what I got for now to work with. Thank you, son. It's better than nothing. So my truck caught on fire one day after I bought it. So, and my other one, the transmission went out on it. So I've been struggling with vehicles. Anyway, so that is what is called your straw man. And if they, I pray for God's will, Sonia. I don't know what you want me to pray for, but I hope whatever happens to you, God does whatever. The one my son gave me, no, well, it's a car. I haven't even driven it since it's been here. I don't go anywhere. So, but that's one of the reasons he gave it to me, guys, because I keep getting pulled over in the vehicles that I have because they're not registered. It was a full-size Ford. I'm not a big Ford person, but it was a 94 Ford. Nice old truck. But so I pray for God's will. That's all I can pray for, son. I don't pray for anything else for anybody. Because what if God, remember I'm sure if we had this talk, I don't know what you want me to pray for, Sonia, but maybe God's doing something in you. Oh, make her come back, please. Oh, I love her. Maybe he's trying to take that lady away from you. Oh my God, I love her. Here's just a small example. Maybe he's trying to take that person out of your life. I'm not sure what you got going, Sonia. I hope you followed me long enough to know. I only pray for God's will. If God wants something horrible to happen in your life, I want that horrible thing to happen in your life. If God wants something wonderful to happen in your life, I want something wonderful to happen in your life. God already wills all things. He knows exactly what you're going to do. You've been on this channel long enough, so maybe we can have this discussion with you. I'm not sure what you need people to pray for you for, but I'm not saying there's not power in prayers. I just pray for, he says, if you were to pray like this: Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Glorify, edify his name. Thank you, Father, for these blessings. Thank you for all things, is what he tells us, good and bad. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. We don't even need to go into the rest of the prayer. That's what you should pray for, Sonia. When you pray right now, pray whatever it is. I feel like a strong man. Damn, it's bills I do every day. That's an awesome. Is that a song? That should be a song lyric, Daily Derek. Man, that should be a country song. But seriously though, Sonia, I'm not sure. And guys, please remember your straw man. Until you admit to being that straw man, they can't enforce any law on you. And yeah, they might take you to jail or whatever they could do to you, but God will judge you accordingly, is what I'm telling you. Does that make sense, Sonia? Have we had that discussion before? I don't know what you pray for, and I'm not trying to change your prayers, but please remember, God knows exactly what you want or don't want already. Remember, he wrote all things. So I'm not saying that prayers are worthless. Not at all, because there is power in prayer. But, I pray to God every day, all day. I talk to him, when I can hear that still voice inside my head. Remember, I live alone. I don't play music. I don't have any radios, fans going. I don't like noise like that. I'm very quiet all the time. So he's always there to my head. So I talk to him, and that's how I would encourage you to pray to him, because remember, he says, pray not like the heathens. You know what I'm saying? Do not pray long prayers or repetitive prayers. That's vain to him. And he doesn't want us to pray like that. Remember, I told you he gave us the Lord's Prayer. You might go through that. If you want a prayer, we can say the Lord's Prayer. You probably already can say the Lord's Prayer. So I recommend, if you say a prayer, always say the Lord's Prayer. And he told us, if you were to pray, pray like this. So he's giving you guidance through that prayer, because I've gone through it multiple times. You know, it's kind of a little bit of a lesson all on its own, just through the words itself. It's not, we're just defining the words itself, get a little bit of a example of what it's talking about again, right? So I think it's a great, okay, cool. Well, let's have this discussion then, like what we're talking about, you know. Remember, can you say it? Do you know the Lord's Prayer? Do you know, has he written that on your heart yet? Is that something you can say by yourself without looking it up? And it doesn't matter if you can or not at this point. I'd recommend, if you don't, you might go through that and get that written on your heart, you know. Ask him to help you write that on your heart. Go back and read it, and you probably won't have to read it too many times if you ask him to, you know, reveal it, because it's already written on your heart. If it's not, you know, if he hasn't revealed, you have to put in, that's the way it works, Derek. That's right. Hey, come on now. It's not like these devils are out here messing around with people who are going to hell, Derek. That the devil's much more efficient than that. Remember, he ain't that little devil in tights and the red tights and the pokey tail. He's cunning, and just like look, you got to get out a magnifying glass. Is that the devil or not? You know, is that he look just like, you know, he gonna mirror, he gonna be a perfect replica of Christ. You know what I'm saying? So, yes. Let God fight all your battles. Good stuff, Derek. There you go. Don't fight with nobody. You could have got involved in that, and that could have gotten bad. Good stuff, man. See, whatever, dude. Who cares at this point, man? Who cares, man? Who cares? I don't have time for that right now. This ain't the time to be fighting. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord. May the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of God. Let his word carry you, right? Put on the whole armor of God. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood. Get out of my, yeah, don't do that. Good stuff, man. For we take your battles and choose them wisely. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities. He's chosen a battle for some of us, brothers and sisters. Powers, right? Powers. The rulers of the darkness of this world, right? The spiritual wickedness in high places. Choose your battles wisely, brothers and sisters, including your own flesh. Good for you, Derek. Yeah, just laugh it off, man. Laugh it off at this point. It's not even worth it. A lot of people have been jabbed. They're kind of a little weird right now. They've been robbed by inflation. You know, the presidents are liars. You know, the TVs that they've mistreated our children and stuff. People are not feeling good right now, guys. People are really, the sun's doing different things. People are feeling different energies from the suns. That's changing people. People are feeling their energies. They got microwaves going on all over the place. We're getting sprayed, fluoridated, chloridated. We eat poison. Thanks for giving somebody a break. Beautiful story and testimony. Thank you, Derek, for when he says the meek will inherit the earth, guys. That's what he's talking about. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't mean you're weak, Derek. Good for you, man. Good for you. Sonia, do we got this? Do we got this? I'm going to start winding around with yeah, the experience. I find, especially since I worked when I was at the shows, I did get a little prideful studying the first 5 books. Oh yeah, well, we're all filthy rags, Sonia. We're all filthy rags. So look, I really want your prayer to be prayer focused. I don't know, again, if you don't know the Lord's Prayer, you don't have to answer that, but please study that. You know, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. That means to glorify, you know, and edify his name. Our Father who art in heaven. So where's he at? He's seated at the right hand of the Father, right? That's where he's at. We know, so we know where the Redeemer's at. I'm going to leave this place. I'm going to go prepare a place where my Father's at, seated at the right hand of the Father, right? So, okay, well, that happens all the time. Sonia, that happens. Bless you for recognizing it. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, he tells us that, you know, to that Lord's Prayer, pray that Lord's Prayer. And he's going to tell you, we don't need to go through the whole thing, but he tells us that, you know, that he is in heaven, thy kingdom come, thy will be done. So let him fight all your battles. Kind of like, you know, God can't be your answer for everything, Tracy. Yes, he can. He can cure all your ailments. He can cure every situation. Put him in front of everything and let him fight all your battles and let him be the discernment in your life. And he'll get you through that temptation, right? For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, the temptation, but against principalities, power, spiritual wickedness, the rulers of the darkness of this world, right? Maybe we should say the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive us our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory, now and forever. Hallelujah, brothers, sisters. Shalom. It is that prayer is just pray that every time that you get into temptation, every time that you're something's not right. Lead out with that prayer. He already knows what it is that you want. Glorify his name. He's in heaven. He already chose. He will lead you. Remember, lead me, through the valley of the shadow of death, and fear no evil. Fear no temptation, because that's all evil is tempting you. Kind of like that silly little, one on your shoulder. The devil and the angel, it's always there. Temptation's always going to be there. And remember, you both just said it. Both just said it. That's beautiful. So whatever you do, just like Derek said it, that's a moment of temptation. He could have been road raged out, and nope, let God fight all your battles. Put him in front of all things, and he will show you the way. He's the dos, So if you don't do what you don't want to, if you do what you want to do, you're probably going to get yourself in trouble. That's all of us, guys. If you do what the flesh wants, it's probably going to be the wrong thing. The Most High will speak in your head as Shiloh, the Ruach HaKodesh, the one that's always been there, and he'll tell you the right thing if you listen and if you're calm, if you can get used to doing that. And it's not easy, especially in the moment. So again, Sonia, I don't know what it is that is tempting you. If something's tempting you, you're probably on the right track, because the devil is not over messing with people who are already hellbound. And I'm not trying to, belittle you, but that's just ignorant. That's silly to think the devil's down here messing people that are already going to the abyss. No, he's down here tempting people that are righteous, trying to have their names blotted out of that book of life. So yes, the more you go to, I've warned people of this for 20 plus years, almost 30 years. I warned my son about this. The more you follow after that word, the more you better expect to be attacked. The more you better expect to have that monkey or whatever, that devil and leotards and little pokey telling, or no, the devil's cunning. You got to figure out a lot. I always tell people, if the devil came to your door and high heels and lipstick, would you recognize him? He's cunning. He finds ways to get in your life, that you don't even see him. My best friend's enemy is my friend, right? Or I don't know if, did I get that right? Yeah. And I'm not literally, but that's how it works, guys. Cool. No, that's good. I thank you for your testimony, because we're going to be tested a lot right now, guys. And I'd like to get back to what I was saying. Try to give people a break, man. It's been tough. Think about how people's finances are right now. And that's none of your business, but still think about it for a second. If they're struggling, and maybe you're struggling too, you guys almost bump into each other. Oh, boy, that could turn out bad for both of you, where both of you are now paying more. Court dates, wrecked cars, somebody shot at. Come on, man. Give people a little bit of a break right now. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, there you go. So people are, and then you'll be able to identify if somebody's really being evil right now. like I said, imagine that, somebody came up and wrecked into your car or something. Hey, oh, it's all right, man. I got insurance. Or, hold on, man. It's all, hey, even if that, what if you didn't have your own insurance to cover you? Because I don't have insurance to cover my car. I got insurance to cover your car, right? But, so try to give people a break out there on the road right now. Their cops are out there stealing everybody's money from them. Remember? Being corporate law enforcers, they got to be stand up, dress right, papers, let me see your papers today, sir. Let me get on your license, your registration, your insurance. Get out of the car. Let me sniff you. Let me touch you. Let me violate you. Bow to my authority. You better. I'll dump clips in you because I'm scared. What do you got in there? Can I violate your rights today, sir? Will you lick my boot? Will you respect my authority? So careful, guys. We got law enforcement officers out on the road. Just people are tense driving around, There you go. Boom. That's what I'm saying. It could have been that, huh, Derek? Boom. He could have stepped out. That guy said, been having a bad day. His wife didn't give him no last night or something like that. Or maybe he's an old disgruntled guy like me that don't even live with nobody, ain't no never, what you bumping into me. I might be the grumpiest old man and believe in my Second Amendment and lost my mind for just 1 minute. Bam, next thing you know, Derek's no birthday next year, huh? Gone meaning dead, gone meaning out of here, gone meaning ain't gonna have no birthday next year, gone meaning the kids no longer got a father because Pops was preoccupied with proving he was harder. Correct? Yeah, right. Good decision there, Derek. Bless you. Yeah. Pops got no, kids got no because Dad's out there trying to prove. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Good testimony. Lets us to know the meek will inherit the earth, brothers, sisters. We are supposed to, turn our cheek at this point in time in history. It's a tough time. There's enough evil out there that, we don't need to make it worse on people by losing our minds. Be righteous, stand upright, try to do it. Like I said, put God in front, let him deal with all your battles. So appreciate it. Same thing with you, Sonia. It sounds like you're in the line of work, and I'm not sure if you're still doing it. Sounds like you're still with your mom again or something, hanging around family. I wish you could get out of the city because it sounds like you're in the city. Wish you could get out of the Broadway and get yourself back over to like La Pine or something, out of Bend if you could, somewhere maybe closer over here to the high desert, get away from that coastline. Irregardless, guys, good testimony. Appreciate you guys' coming on the channel and helping us out here with your testimonies, because it does. This is how we edify ourselves, brothers and sisters. We're tempted, and we share our testimonies that we get tempted daily with these things, some of us, and it's good to be able to really rely back, come in and I hope that's a little bit edifying for you. Derek, that you did the right thing, man. You really did. It could have been something completely different. And we've all been there. I've road raged. I've done it. We've all been there, but heck, is it even worth it anymore? Heck, if somebody just smashes into you, oh crap, what are we supposed to do? Thank God, correct? Thank God. Isn't that what we're supposed to do when somebody crashes into us? Am I wrong? What are we supposed to do? Thank God, right? So I never did get anybody. Heated up storm. I better get out there today and get some wood. Well, I might make it till tomorrow, but
Well, we dated a weirdo.
Well, sorry to hear that. That's probably what somebody said when they dated me, but I dated this weirdo. That's right.
That's some pretty good chow mein. Oh man. Yeah, it's snowing out here. I might have to I got that wood stove on top of that wagon. I don't think I'm gonna be able to take the wheelbarrow through the snow. I think it's too thick for the wheelbarrow. We got about 6 inches and it keeps snowing, so we might have even a little bit more out there. And the wood got, I'm such a ding dong, but whatever. I didn't cover the wood up, so it's got a bunch of snow on it. So it's about 4 acres away. Maybe 3 acres away, and covered with snow. So I'm gonna have to get off for too long probably and go get that before it keeps getting covered with more snow. Uncover some of it and maybe try to cover it again. I do have some of it laid out, stacked instead of in a pile. So that's kind of was my head thinking, oh, it's okay if the top layer gets snowed on, but it's getting pretty thick out there. And I'm not even worried. I'm kind of worried about being able to haul my stuff back. Oh, I can't think I can get the wheelbarrow over there now. I think the snow's too thick. And I got the wood stove on top of the wagon because I took it out of the thing. So I probably have to set that down. So, oh, whether I'll make it or not, I'm gonna have to put my boots on here, guys, and run over there. I might just go ahead and let this stream keep running. If you guys want to chat amongst yourself, I'm not sure how many are in here. I appreciate the likes and stuff, guys. Appreciate you hanging out. I should have covered that up. I don't know why I didn't. It would have been so much easier. Okay, so I better find a tarp and cover it this time. Because I don't know. I've just quit looking at the weather. And I have been worrying and been kind of doing all my work on here, guys. And I have to do daily things out here because I live off grid, but like get the wood every day and fill the water tanks up, get the animals watered. And now I got to shovel snow for a while. I'm going to have to shovel some snow. Probably should go shovel that car off. It's got tons of snow on it. It's pretty out there. I kind of knew it was going to be this way already. I try to tell everybody in this over here in the valley, we're going to have more of a mild begin, and that we get a lot more. We get dumped on February, March, April, and so far it's right on track here that we've been getting more of our snow towards this second portion, and that's not hard to predict. If it's light towards the front side, normally it's a little more heavier on the back side of the winter. So that's all I was trying to explain to people. That's what it's done so far here. So we are in a El Nino. We had 3 La Nina cycles. We came out of 3 La Nina cycles. That's ever only happened once before, but we're in an El Nino cycle now. So we're getting all that Pineapple Express. We're getting all that weather out of the west. We grew up and with the more of an El Nino cycle. Most of us are a little bit older, and so we're very used to that weather coming out of the west. That moisture out of the Pacific, and that's what we're seeing. That heavy band of Pineapple Express come in through the southern portion, through the states, through that jet stream, comes up in there through the Baja and up there, up through those Midwest states, and then comes up a lot of times through Texas, and then makes that band across the Midwest and makes its way up through the Appalachians and all through there, or sometimes it runs itself through the Louisiana, down that panhandle and out across it picks up, like I said, it all has that circular, it stays down more, the band stays down instead of having more of a northerly. And now if you notice, we're getting more of that drool of that polar, comes down and dips down. The cold keeps dipping further and further down into our lower latitudes, and that's part of the same cycle as well. So a lot of seesawing back and forth on the heat and the cold in the United States. If you know that, if you watch that, that's the PNA, the Pacific Northwest Oscillation. The way our weather kind of bounces back and forth. If it's more warmer towards on the east, you'll see that jet stream, those colder weather will push more into the west, and then vice versa. And now it keeps seesawing. It's done it now for how long? It's kind of strange to see, how fast it goes back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. It's crazy. That's not good for our crops and stuff, guys, from go to cold to hot to cold to hot to cold to hot. I mean, generally, I'm not saying things always need to be 70 and sunny, so to speak, but it's having its effects on our growing, seasons and the growing zones, so it's already having its effects. I've warned people again about weather. You better do something about weather. And this is a good reminder too. Actually, I was thinking when I was out shoveling earlier, please be doing something about the weather and the solar minimum that we are going to go into. The earth is going to get colder, guys. It's not going to get warmer on this earth. I don't know where you've heard that. If you bought into Al Gore he got the Nobel piece of crap prize winner, with this hockey stick, Michael Mann botched science, that's not what the earth, we've had way warmer times and periods on this earth than we have in the last 150 years. So I would pay attention to the cycle, as I'm saying. This earth is generally a frozen, cold ball for most of the time, and not a warm place to live. On average, way more predominantly cold than I'm not sure if you've ever looked into the cycles or anything, what I'm talking about, but you can find a real solid record through the ice core data. Again, there's paleoclimatology records, the strata that's in our earth going back 400,000 years at least, to show the last, 3 or 4 warming periods that we've had, 3. We're in the longest warming period that we've ever been in now, and we're actually tipping back into that minimum. We're 6,000 years into a 90,000 year cycle, but most people only know about the 11.9 year solar cycle. They don't know of all the other 400 and the 1200 and the 12,000, all these other different cycles of the sun that it has within the cycles. But either way, we are going to tip into the last 3 solar cycles. The sun has stepped down its energy. We've had a little bit of a spike here in this recent solar max. We have about another year and a half of solar maximum, and then we're going to dip into a solar minimum. And, that's another 6 years. So it's going to be another, it will be before we reach another solar maximum. That would make it, so it's 2030. No, that's now it's 4, 5, 6, another. So 20, into the 2030 something before we see another maximum. It's going to be a while. So plan on it getting colder. Okay. I'm not kidding. Plan on it getting colder over the next, 5, 6, 8, 10 years. This earth is not going to get warmer. So you need that in your preps as well, please, too. It's something I should start talking about a little bit more. And it's a little bit tough if I've talked to this people, before in the winter time. It's easier to talk to people when they're still on the ground. They might think about it, but people don't want to talk about it in the winter, especially because when we get into some of these solar minimums, what happens is we get a hotter and shorter summer and a longer and colder winter. So in the summertime, people are like, what do you mean it's hotter and it's got, but they don't understand how these cycles work. So please pay attention to this too. I'm somebody that's always talking to you about cycles. I'm gonna get up off my butt here in a second and go get this stuff done. It probably take me 20, 30 minutes or something, but I'll probably leave the stream running. If you guys want to, I can shut it down. It doesn't matter. The battery's at 100%. You're plugged in. Try to get some more hours. I'm almost like, what did I say, 2,664 hours I think I'm at now. I didn't seem to pick up many. I don't know why, only like 20. Again, the channel's kind of slowed down a little bit, but I appreciate all you guys who've stayed in for some of my, I just thought, it could, I'm almost there. That'd be cool. Like I said, it'd be cool to get I kind of excited about maybe, and I'm going to try to, because like I said, I got some ideas. I can't do too much because honestly, putting out channel content's very time consuming to do it on the phone or whatever, how I do it, because I don't have a laptop or computer, and I'm kind of finicky about how I do my cuts and some of the stuff that I do, but I'm excited about doing a little bit more content and see maybe if I can get past this algorithm of the live, of this water overlay. I'm not going to put up the water overlay map for sure, but maybe if I get some more content, I can dig myself a little bit out of this hole. Because I'm sure some of this stuff is algorithm, guys, takes over on things at times. I'm not sure if you understand how all these platforms work. They're hive mind and they store certain words that I say or words that you guys say or content that I talk about or certain things, and it drives certain, drives the algorithm, drives traffic to or away from the channel, certain portions, subscribers. There's ways that they just, it's very complex, but it's just part of the system that they have in play, which is a filter. Like I said, it's Nazi Germany. People should never, unless you're yelling fire in a theater or something like that, your speech should never be banned in any way, shape, or form. You know what I'm saying? Oh, interesting. I never thought that'd be cool. Some of the stuff that I do. Let me get a screenshot of some of your lessons. No, but anyways, guys, please be paying attention. What's going on with the weather and stuff. I'll leave this running. Like I said, they've taken control of this channel a little bit. You've seen it. Probably with the subscriber count. I'm not driving the channel with 30 or 40 or 50 or 60 or even 70 people. We had 100 plus, and we're driving, 100 a day on average there. And then again, 3 weeks went up, almost 3,000. So that's okay. I think I can beat, but sometimes I've been doing this for a while. I know how to beat the algorithms a little bit. So I'm thinking maybe producing a little bit of channel content, because they've really got this live, super, they're tracking everything. Obviously, this happens to everybody and anybody, guys, but it does change how the algorithms make channel flow to or away from the traffic. So I already know what I was doing. I know what it was that I did. It is the showing you guys this overlay map and the federal map. So I'm fine with that. But again, I think it'd be cool to produce some channel content because I haven't done it in a little bit. And I'll probably do more. Kind of want to do some stuff with the moonshine cabins is what I'm going to do. Probably a little bit of promotions of the channel and promotions of what I'm doing out here, and try to do a little bit of videos, some overlays and stuff like that. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I had some ideas too that I try to work into some of my content, because I'd like some people to come out, irregardless of what happens to the world. I do want to eventually give away a couple night stays in the cabins out here. I plan on moving to the back of the property this year. Um, I hope so. I hope I can get back there. I think I might need a hand or two to do it, but I'm going to try to do it myself if I have to. And then I'll be able to rent both these cabins out come springtime, and the driveways will all be dried in. I won't have any issues with, make sure that I can get them graded or whatever I need to do. And maybe invite some of you guys to come out. I'd like to give away some time out there in the cabins when the weather is decent. And I'll definitely be giving away some on this channel. I'd probably just give away one. Maybe they're over on TikTok, because I don't know, that channel's pretty dead over there. But there are still a couple people that follow me over on that platform. And yeah, just be excited for if anybody can make it out over here. Like maybe Sonia, she's in Oregon. That might be somebody that can come out here. I'd be willing to put anybody in a hat or whatever, draw names, that wants to come out here. I know people just can't come out here. That's fine. I mean, it's the trip, but I want to give away some of these cabin rentals out here. So I look forward to having maybe a couple of my followers or subscribers come out here. That'd be really awesome. Go back in time. Cool. So, all right, guys, I'm gonna go jump up here and go get my wood. I've got to bring it inside because we've gotten wet, and I'm concerned about there's so much snow on getting it across from the other property. So it's going to be a little bit of a struggle. I might have to do it in a couple lighter trips, because I don't think I'll be pulling a bunch of snow through this thick. And I know I'm not going to be able to get the wheelbarrow, but I'll be back with you guys in a little bit. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me here today again. It's pretty snowy out there. Snowy. Maybe when I'm done, I'll come back out and show you how. We'll give you a snow update and see how much we've gained out there. You guys watch Ryan Hall, y'all? Ryan Hall, y'all, for the weather. He's on this platform. Ryan Hall, y'all. He's the best weather channel that I've ever seen, ever. And he's on the YouTube. He has the Yalla meters where you can measure the snow depth. You guys want to go out and get snowy? You guys want to go get snow on you? I gotta go get some. That snow's getting way too thick, guys. I'm not gonna be able to get. I better make a couple trips and try to get that filled up as possible. And I should look at the weather. I haven't looked at the weather in days. See what the weather's doing. I don't know if it's gonna snow or not. I haven't even looked. Haven't even really cared. I'm hoping spring will get here. Come on, spring. 2 more months. More months of this out here. Where's Dad's beanie? Let me see if I can find something to cover my ears with, guys.
this one. Huh. Rain, yeah.
Out here, snow's better for the driveway. Rain makes it muddy. And then the snow turns to mud eventually. Yep, it just keeps snowing out there. Where do I have a tarp? I need to have to find the tarp, guys. Oh, this is gonna be painful. Somebody here to help. You guys can stand here. That's right.
I decided to dig all the way to the other side of the property. So I made it over that far. Okay. Right.
We'll try to grab at least one more wheelbarrow load here. pretty snowy. Get it in here and dry it out a little bit. Oh boy. No, I have been getting, I'm going out and getting wood. I got, it's pretty wet. It's got snow on it, so I gotta let it dig my way over to the, go take the, now hold on, take me outside. Gosh, it's not snowing. Stop snowing out here. To take you to the, oh goodness, the Subaru and start. I need to probably try to get it out the driveway and make some tracks out. So I'm gonna see if I can move in here. It's getting quite a bit of snow out here. So I'm thinking I need to, what is that? Oh, that's the way I'm, give me a second, guys. I gotta put this wheelbarrow back underneath the, oh man. Wheelbarrow stuck. Go underneath the, I think I've got some snow on it. Apparently this camera doesn't like the, I don't know what happened there. Hell is for. Okay. So super snowy out here. I had to dig myself out to get the snow. Dry this thing already. So I think I better get this. So I had to dig this all the way over to the wood pile over there. Dig that trail all the way over there to get to the wood. So I'm gonna try to start, get some snow and see if I can get out the driveway, or at least make some tracks. Start making a couple tracks and see if I can. I think these things are pretty good at. Let's put you inside the Isuzu here. Yeah. You guys can go inside the Isuzu. lot of snow. Pretty thick. Why is that battery dead?
Why, God, why? Why is the battery dead? No, nothing out of that car, Elijah. Why is that battery dead, man? I don't have no way to charge this thing. I can't even go anywhere now. This is crazy, man. God, he's so... Just want to start right, man. I don't know how I want to start that car. I don't have that thing for the cables, remember? I never got the cables. You still in there, Elijah? Why is that car? I don't understand. I'm gonna set you down. I gotta go try to figure this out, guys. Man. Why? Why? Bring the car out here and the darn thing don't even start. And it's just a battery. Why would that happen? I know it's gonna go out here. I don't know. All right, I'm going to end this stream, guys. I'm going to call my son and see if I can figure out what's going on with this car. Appreciate you coming in. I'll be back on here in a little bit. This is the car that I was supposed to have for reliability. All right. Much Agape.